The shadow of absolute evil. The shadow of absolute evil had crossed the sea and now sought the chosen target, a dark elf named Talia. A long, long time ago, the absolute evil had, in the famous predecessor to this game, subjugated the known world and defeated good. Now, in a world full of blackness and despair, it spent its days sipping cocktails from the skulls of its enemies and forging new plans over a grilled unicorn kebab. Unfortunately, there wasn't much left to forge. A few orc wedges, the occasional trick played on the little snots. There just wasn't anything left to conquer. As the weeks and months passed, the absolute evil grew ever more reticent and seclusive. From time to time, one could hear a slight murmur from the depressed evil's super-secret laboratory in the depths of the dungeon. Its creatures grew more worried with each passing day, and even started to miss its ingenious evil tricks. It was a somewhat confusing time for them. No beatings, no torture, and no being sent to a senseless death. On the other hand, it was a rather nice change. Eons passed, and the unicorn supply dwindled until suddenly, one wonderful day, the evil genius evil joyfully burst from its super-secret laboratory. It finally had a new goal. An unknown continent, as often found in sequels, lay to the east, sheltered from the wicked evil by naught but a puny little ocean. It immediately had a fleet built. This was so powerful that it covered the horizon from north to south and was manned by the best and most powerful creatures at the devious evil's command. The fleet set sail for the crossing to this new continent, left the harbor, and sank. Yet that mattered naught to the couldn't give a hoot about its minions evil. It instructed its goblins and little snots to design an even more powerful fleet. These new ships were gigantic. Loaded with devious evil's second-best creatures, the fleet set out. And that sank as well. The annoyed evil saved his relentless anger towards the shipbuilders for later. Obviously, it would have to take care of the matter itself. With a sigh, it cast a spell and created a shadow of itself, a creature of absolute darkness and evilness. This shadow flew across the water towards the east. There, it would find a vessel, a corruptible being that would subjugate this land in the name of evil, and the shadow had the perfect target in mind. The great paladin Tanos, hero of the totally Eastern Kingdoms and a repugnantly good fellow. He was visiting the fatiguing library in Tristram with his comrades to see his foster daughter Talia.
Well now, Talia, tell me about your studies. Are you making progress with the writings of the ancient sages?
Yes, dear father, I have thoroughly digested it and have come a step closer to the good. The desire within me to do evil is defeated.
Really? Excellent! I am proud of you, my child. Continue to concentrate on your studies. I must go to Stormbreeze to clear up a few matters. I'll be back soon. In the meantime, my loyal friend Grimly will protect the country. Should anything trouble you, you can turn to him. Isn't that right, Grimly?
Aye, of course, Tanos. I'll keep an eye on the damned elf. Your daughter. You can count on me.
Then I'll see you soon, my friends. May the goddess watch over you, and the light burn eternally.
Bon voyage, dear father. I'll make you so proud of me. Who does good is good.
Yuck. Disgusting phrases like that always leave such a nasty taste in my mouth. These abnormally good heroes, on the other hand, had no inkling of the malignity gathered to the south. One moment a herd of sheep was peacefully grazing, and the next moment, whumph! With a fulminant explosive effect that ate up half our special effects budget, the shadow entered the world. His target, a dark elf caught between good and evil, was very close. As the shadow of the unspeakably evil moved through the world, all around it died. Plants withered. Animals perished. Sort of like a picnic with my family. The shadow of the far-off evil found itself very, very close to Twistram. It could practically feel its target's presence.
Take these lanterns, men, and let the light of the goddess shine. For the night is dark and full of terrors. And there's a pile of horse poo around here somewhere. I trod in it earlier. For the darkness! I mean, for the light! Sorry, I'm still in training.
Yes, well, that is somewhat suboptimal. Naturally, the shadow of the almighty evil was an incredibly powerful creature, but, well, light was a bit of an issue. It would certainly be wise to stay out of the lantern light. The shadow reached the entrance to Twistram. Fortunately, this one was not closed, but it was brightly lit. Luckily, there was an unfortunate guard on patrol that the shadow was able to possess, thanks to its incredible powers. As long as it wasn't in the light.
What was that? I think there was something wrong with our last beer.
Unfortunately, the shadow's possession only lasted a short while before the guard was able to free himself. Still, it was long enough to get past the gate. The shadow's target was close, so close. Talia, the dark elf. Soon she would fight on the side of evil.
May the goddess be with you, my friends. It will soon be time to open the orphanage in the fatiguing library. Come to the big square and join in the festivities.
Well, I don't know.
I had actually kind of planned to spend the evening in the bathhouse.
Friends, this orphanage is very important to my father. Tanos, you know, the mighty paladin, the one you really don't want to offend.
Yeah, all right, we'd love to come.
Excellent! May the light of the goddess shine upon you, and let us experience this exhilarating spectacle in the big square together. Follow me, my friends, for evil, the light, I mean. Keep the light burning bright, for the night is dark and full of terrors or errors or something like that.
In the distance, one could hear the unbearably good bells of a church. They must be marking the opening of the orphanage in the fatiguing library. Heroes, with lanterns, began to stream in that direction. The crossing on a red signal evil shadow swore, or would have if it had a mouth, and tried to avoid the lanterns as much as possible. Finally, the time had come, and the shadow of the past is in the...
My dear father would be very proud were he with us today. He would be overjoyed to see us give the young and the needy a place to live and thrive. That's why I'm happy to take this orphanage and destroy it utterly, and all of you with it.
What did she say?
Die! Like lambs to the slaughter! I feel the power within me. Oh, it's over 9,000!
Unimagined powers surfaced in Talia, the black magic of the Dark Elves. She immediately began to unleash these powers of chaos upon the world.
Like lambs to the slaughter! Like lambs to the slaughter!
The Dark Elf raged through Twistrom's inexperienced guards. She thereby built up a tremendous inner energy, which she released into the world as a focus beam, while screaming, Kamehameha! Meanwhile, in the fatiguing library, they waited eagerly with coffee and cake for Talia to show up and open the new orphanage. The energy beam hit the cake with a resounding zap and reduced it to ashes. Oh yes, and the rest of the building and everyone inside it as well. The narcissistic evil patted itself on the shoulder for this. Or it would have, but the metal armor always made such a terrible clonking noise when it tried. But then again, that's what little snots are for. Obviously, the Dispatch Shadow had found a perfect vessel in the Dark Elf. Talia had already earned the title of Employee of the Month, with the utter destruction of the fatiguing library, as well as half of Twistrom. The destruction of an orphanage and the bombardment of innocent citizens with magic missiles immediately made her the minion-wasting evil's new favorite henchperson. Her evil deeds complete, Talia withdrew into the vaults beneath the ruins of the fatiguing library. There, between the slaughterhouse and Mad Archbishop Lazarus's apartments, she prepared to create something powerful in the name of the absolutely ultimately evil. A dungeon heart, the cornerstone of any dungeon's power. Far away, Paladin of Light and Talia's former mentor, Tanos, was on his way to the Empire's capital of Stormbreeze. Naive and trusting as he was whistling cheerfully to himself, with no inkling of his foster daughter's dark deeds. Though he was aware that as a Dark Elf, she always had a core of evil in her. He had hoped to defeat it through religious indoctrination with ancient mad writings. Well, old bean, you thought wrong. Twistrom in ruins. Talia, the Dark Elf, had turned to evil and laid the fatiguing library in ruins. Now she began to build a small power base in its vaults, her first dungeon. Twistrom looked like the leftovers from a heavy metal concert.
What? What have I done? Oh no! I've fallen to evil again. Father will be beside himself. He was right when he said, you either die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Although, in a way, it was fun to be evil. Burning things, pillaging, and showing those nasty goody two-shoes where the hammer hangs. They just look down at me anyway. My revenge will be terrible.
While Tanya was delivering a typical villainous monologue, something happened around her. From the depths arose a pulsating crystal, filled with the magic-savvy evil's power. A dungeon heart. Not to be confused with those dungeon hearts from other games. We don't want to be sued again.
Hello, greetings. What seems to be your boggle?
Secret mental messages were exchanged between Talia and the mentally savvy evil's crystal. We could explain this in detail at this point, but that would require a 3-hour monologue on my part, and I am definitely not being paid enough for that.
Right then. I will make these people suffer for mocking me. Father's henchmen never liked me anyway, and always insulted me, calling me pointy-eared. It's time for my well-deserved revenge!
The game logic internalizing evil had given Talia an assignment. Out there on the surface were shamelessly good places in urgent need of destruction.
Nah, no problem. I'll take care of it. I and Evil Army.
Naturally, the strategically well-versed evil did not send its new general into battle alone. A dungeon had to be built, and creatures hired to provide her with a powerful army. Of course, the sophisticatedly thinking evil already knew which way the wind blew in a dungeon. However, should it be hit by short-term memory loss, it could effortlessly look up things in the fabulous almanac. The new improved research menu, TM, opened and gave an overview of currently available technologies. At the moment, the selection was still limited, but that would change. After all, this evil crusade had only just begun. Spiders have spread throughout the underground. There are countless spiders pouring out of a room that was accidentally unearthed. Disgusting.
Ooh! Ow! Death to the hero! Ugh!
Payday. Spiders have spread throughout the underground.
Give me my orders! Who do you want killed?
Blinding beams of light met the dauntless evil's creatures. They briefly squinted at the disgusting brightness. Finally, they grinned, satisfied. At last, they were able to carry the battle to the good people and were not limited to protecting themselves in a dungeon, as is the case with other representatives of the genre.
Follow me, sons of Rohan. I mean, my vicious hordes. Let's get these tree huggers and wimps. Oh, hey! Tell me what to do! Death from above! Time to die. Ooh! Drop me on the enemy. Ah! Ouch! Ouch! Sure showed him.
Payday. Your little snots have uncovered a dragon's nest. There are countless spiders pouring out of a room that was accidentally unearthed. Disgusting.
For evil! Ooh! Ow!
The dungeon heart is being attacked.
Give me my... Hasta la vista, baby! Ooh! Give me my orders!
Your little snots have uncovered a dragon's nest. It's payday.
Everything evil comes from above. Ooh! Ooh! Ah! Time to... Ah! Death! Give your orders.
the armies of evil reach one of those disgustingly good places that had survived the destruction of Twistram. The ice-cold hand, I mean evil, would deal with it immediately.
Ow!
The bustling evil had discovered a room in the underground. It's payday.
Keep your hands to yourself. I will destroy this land. chaos must die!
Payday.
Death to the hero! Ah! Everything good must die. Give your orders.
The little town of Good was destroyed and turned into a hotbed of evilness. Cracks formed on the surface, and something, guess, evil, rose from the depths. This evilness, in a practical spherical form, was the sweet lifeblood which flowed through the personified evil's veins. It stimulated the armies of evil and swelled their power. All this lofty blah blah without any impact on the game aside, it was another resource primarily or exclusively used for more powerful research. Delicious evilness flowed into the dungeon heart and filled it with power. New research was thus made available, which would help the dungeon to even greater power. The impatient evil immediately began to research something.
What is going on here? I feel a disturbance in the force.
The deeds of the conspicuous evil and its henchmen had not gone unnoticed. As a matter of fact, even a blind man could see the destruction they left behind them. As idiotic heroes do, they sent out a small patrol to scout the area.
Move out, men! Have a look around and report back to me. While I would love to accompany you myself, I'm currently, teaching myself to play the ukulele.
Wasn't that the Staggering Pony Tavern? By the goddess, I won't be getting any more roast pork there.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Hey, where does this lead? We should take a closer look.
The first heroes had discovered the not-so-well-hidden evil's dungeon and now entered its depths. Of course, the insidious evil had already prepared a despicable reception for them. At least I hope so.
Even if that's not the case, I will kill these ridiculous do-gooders myself. They will pay for mocking me over the years. Wait a minute. What am I saying? These are my friends. How can I plan their deaths?
Talia had chosen an extremely unfavorable time for moral doubts. Luckily, her evil dark elf heritage prevailed. Hey, Talia, you're evil, so act like it.
What? Oh, yeah, okay. Kill them all!
It's payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Payday. The progress-addicted evil had unlocked some new research and immediately set about trying it out.
No, the studio burned down, and I was going to come here tonight for Pilates.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
I am invincible! Well, almost. What's up? Ouch!
It's payday. The second island of the good was mercilessly overrun by the strategically savvy evil's hordes and turned into an evil island. Soon, more of that exquisite evilness would be bubbling to the surface. Excellent. Even better than in Dungeons 2. Not that I'm out to plug it or its fantastic add-on or anything like that.
Huh? The armies of evil here? Damn it all, how did that happen? Time to call out the heavy guns. Right, men, get ready to attack in waves. Excuse me, sir. Wouldn't it make more sense if we attacked all at once? Where's the fun in that? Wave after wave, that's a strategy for real men.
Thanks to the enemy's limited tactical finesse, their destruction was virtually unavoidable. So it was time to decorate for the victory celebration, to get the beer and hire the orc dancers. Okay, maybe not orcs. I shudder at the thought.
They're going to be child's play. Leave them to me. I mean, hold them back and let them hit you while I deal with them.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
I am even stronger! Give me my orders!
Payday.
I will destroy this land. Has been destroyed. Victory is ours. Evil is victorious. Ha! Good thing I switched sides.
And so it was that the good camp was destroyed by the battle-wise evil's army. Now it was time to take over all of the good islands. But that would be a cakewalk. Easy as stealing candy from a baby. Candy from a baby? Simple. My ass. Ever tried it? The screaming and crying and fetching their parents and family as reinforcements, and those little beasts bite pretty damn hard. Not that I have any personal experience, of course.
The ultimate, chaotic, absolute, whatever evil will be happy. I am. Father is gonna be so angry. Do you really know what you're doing? You wanted to be good. You had dedicated yourself to the light. Stop and really think about your deeds.
Can you please just stop with the golem thing? We already had too many Lord of the Rings gags in the last two games. Enough is enough.
Yeah, exactly. Just shut it, good me.
Talia and the destructive evil's army had succeeded in destroying Twistrum and the surrounding area. Good no longer existed in this land.
What the hell happened here?
Apparently, not quite all of the good guys were defeated. The dwarven King Grimly, an old drinking buddy of Tanos the Paladin, was just touring the country with his exorbitantly large army to ensure everything was in order. Thank God the foresighted evil had provided for this contingency. The dungeon heart was charged with evilness and enough energy to act as a teleporter. For Talia, of course.
Ooh, good. Then all the best, brave warriors, and stop them! Right! I'm out of here.
With a plop, Talia dissipated and disappeared to a faraway and safe place. The rest of the sacrificing evil's creatures looked astonished as their general fled, but only for a moment, as they already found themselves facing an unpleasant army of good.
This is the work of that damn pointy-eared wench. I always warned Thanos that those miserable dark elves couldn't be trusted. Criminals, the lot of them. But enough is enough. I'm going to find that shifty wench and use her ears as bookmarks.
The Gehenna Stones. After leaving the vestiges of Tristram, Talia set out for the Gehenna Stones. They served as seals to keep the demons banished in hell, where Thanos himself had exiled them. Her so-called foster fathers act would soon be undone. After her hasty departure, Talia now found herself a few kilometers, or miles, yards, or stone throws, depending on whatever crazy units are used where you are, away. She had managed to escape Grimly's forces, even if one or two evil creatures had to die. But hey, that comes with the job. The incredibly foresighted evil hadn't brought Talia here for nothing. The ancient Gehenna Stones were nearby. Thanos once banished some demonic minions to hell and used these ancient magic relics to seal them there. Unfortunately, it was unclear how these seals...
I was there back in the day when Thanos banished the demons and sealed the stones. I can open them! But should I really do it? These unearthly beings terrorize the land and... Oh, shut up, good Talia!
So, you know how to open the seal. Excellent. Devious evil is obviously nobody's fool. It all feels like a real plan.
I just have to get through to the seals. Then I can open them. But I need protection from the elemental guardians while I do so.
Okay, that should be doable. Get Talia to the seals. Guard her while she opens them. First, however, it would definitely be a good idea to build a powerful dungeon in order to be prepared for any heroes stationed in the area. A vortex could now be built. This excellent room makes it possible to create direct access to hell by means of teleportation, or the gun from Portal, in order to hire funny, or sometimes not so funny, demons. The very curious evil soon began to build one of these vortexes. countless spiders pouring out of a room that was accidentally unearthed. Disgusting. There were disgustingly good places near the dungeon, which would look much better as islands of evilness instead, especially since that evilness could be used for new technologies.
What is that unbearable place doing right in front of my dungeon? Disgusting! Creatures, advance! Destroy that thing! Oh, are you sure you want to do that, Talia? Shouldn't we sit down in a circle and talk about it one more time? Are you still here? Honestly, can't you see I'm busy destroying everything that is good? I don't have time for this dissociative identity order nonsense.
Stop doing the Therese and Jeanette thing. The first vortex was finished. Here, demons could be hired or resurrected after their inglorious death for a tiny fee of mana.
Mana? But I don't have any mana.
That's true. Yes, but luckily the Gehenna stones produced exactly that. What a wonderful coincidence. Payday.
There's something funny going on around here. My knee is itching where I caught that arrow. Men, check it out.
The presence of Talia and the conspicuous Evil's army had not gone undiscovered, and the first miserable heroes were already on their way to the dungeon.
Where we will, of course, welcome them appropriately. Move, you lazy dung beetles! Get ready! You always have to be so unfriendly? I mean, really? Can't we just talk about this? I know this really good psychiatrist and... Don't force me to hit myself!
Yes. As our protagonist sank into one of her disputes with herself, the heroes spread across the surface. There are enemies in your dungeon.
Die.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Tell me what to do! Ooh!
Payday.
Sure showed him!
Your little snots have uncovered a dragon's nest. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Death to the heroes! Death. Ooh!
heyday.
Everything good must die. She's not gonna get up.
Delicious evilness dribbled into the thereupon feasting evil's dungeon. This could be immediately sacrificed to the excellent idea of completing one or two new research projects. There are enemies in your dungeon. Your dungeon heart is under attack. It's payday. Your little snots have dug out a new room. Spiders have spread throughout the underground.
Ouch! Ouch! Evil is unstoppable!
There are enemies in your dungeon. Payday.
I want Tanos's head.
Some new research projects are available for new rooms. I already mentioned this, but it may have been blocked by the Unkept Evil's earwax.
Give your orders.
Men, take a look at this. There's something strange going on here.
A local patrol unhappily stumbled into the area of the Gehenna Stones. They wouldn't leave without a fight, just the way I like it.
Just the way I like it.
Wait a moment, I just said that. Are you trying to steal my lucrative narrator contract? Back off! I know where your car is. There are enemies in your dungeon. Defend the dungeon heart.
Destroy them all!
It's payday.
Ah! You desire?
There are enemies in your dungeon. Defend the dungeon heart.
Evil will triumph! Ah! What? The Fuskerhanna stone is very close. Soon I will destroy it. Tanos will be beside himself. Ha 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 ha!
Apparently, there were a few elemental guardians who were not particularly pleased at someone fooling with the stones. They threateningly turned towards Talia. Of course, the defense-orientated evil would protect her at all costs. The dungeon heart is being attacked.
Talia, what are you doing? Why did you turn back to evil?
Father... Father, I don't know. I keep trying to turn back to good, but a part of me... God, just shut it, you weakling. Tanos, you and your minions always look down on me. Grimly insulted me without you ever saying a word.
My child, that is not true. Look inside yourself. There's still a spark of good there. Let it guide you. And not this...
Whoops! Looks like I accidentally tripped on a cable or something. Unfortunately, Tanos could not continue to talk to Talia. What a pity. Undeterred, Talia continued to work on breaking the stone seal.
Huh? What? Oh, yes, of course. Ha. Soon the seal will be broken.
The dungeon heart is being attacked.
Ouch! Ouch! It's done! The seal is broken! Oh, what have I done? May the goddess forgive me! Are you still here? Oh, come on. Can't you pour your heart out somewhere else?
While Talia was occupied with herself, again, the seal was completely broken. Several portals to a strange world opened in the dungeon. From them, a few extremely committed demons immediately sprang, ready to serve the releasing from exile evil. The Gehenna Stones contained a ruthless and mighty magic that not only supplied the dungeon with mana, but was also very dangerous. This posed no problem for the danger-loving evil, as it was far away. Besides, the magic was only supposed to affect the heroes. With the patience of a fox, the insidious evil now waited for a few heroes to test this ruthless and powerful magic on a few unsuspecting guinea pigs at the cost of a little mana. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Payday.
I am the Queen of Evil. I am the Queen of Evil.
There are enemies in your dungeon. As with the first stone, a number of guardians came to life to attack Talia. In its wisdom, the foresighted evil had already prepared for this. Let's hope so, anyway.
Talia, please, stop doing this. Return to the light. It took me many years, and I had to reload many previous save games before I finally managed to banish all these demons.
Father, I'm trying, but the evil, it's so strong.
Fight it, my child.
Don't forget that this stinker kept you locked up in a place that isn't called the fatiguing library for nothing for the last few years, and that his best friend is a dwarf who hates all elves. I know the narrator should normally be neutral and stay out of the story, but this guy's interjections are getting on my nerves when he's hundreds of miles away.
Right. You're not my father. You just took advantage of me. You claim to be an honest, decent paladin of good, and yet you allowed me to be mocked and...
Once Talia had returned to her true nature, she ignored Tanos and turned back to the stones.
This way, hobbits! I mean, evil creatures! Follow me! Done. The seal is broken.
Talia had conquered another Gehenna stone. This time, even without an extended dialogue with her split personality.
Well, actually, I was about to...
Good grief, just shut up. Where were we? Oh yes, once again a huge jet of mana shot into the sky and a portal opened. Whether it led to the Winchester Brothers, Buffys, Charmed or whatever universe, demons ready to kill jumped out. As usual in good games which still have some game time to fill, there was yet a third stone to be conquered. Talia was already on her way. Payday. The Gehenna Stone spell waited to be once again unleashed upon the sadistic evil's enemies.
Who do you want dead? Yeah? I want Tanos's head.
The Gehenna Stone's magic was ready for a new, hopefully deadly attack.
And even more powerful!
The third Gehenna Stone was very close.
Give your orders!
And a third time, the Guardians rose to prevent Talia from fumbling with the Gehenna Stone. Who would have thought?
Talia, I beg you.
What? You again? This chap's appearing for the third time already. What is he? The God's damn spirit of Christmas or something? Just shut up and let us get on with the game.
But
That's enough! She's not coming back to you. Get it? I reckon that after another 15 or 16 missions, she's gonna beat the ever-loving crap out of you.
But I'm...
My God, you just don't quit, do you? Okay. Talia, your job.
Shut up, Thanos! Can I see something here?
No, the homicidal evil had researched the Tinkerer's Cave. This perfidious room was used by the even more perfidious creatures of the Horde to build deadly traps and sturdy doors out of boring old toolboxes. The adventurous evil was keen to try this out right away. The first Tinkerer's Cave was finished and appeared solid enough. Soon the creatures of the Horde would gather here voluntarily or under the threat of beatings to build dangerous traps for unwary heroes.
Finally, the last seal has been broken. Death to all that is good! Power to evil!
Indeed. Talia had conquered another of the Gehenna stones. Mana into the sky, demons out of the portal, blah blah blah, and so on. You know the score. Now, only the last of the Gehenna stones had to be taken.
Wait a minute, didn't you say a total of 3 stones? That was the 3rd stone already.
No, you're wrong about that.
No, I am not wrong. You said every good game has 3 goals.
I also said any good game.
True. Not much to say to that. Then it's off to number 4.
Your dungeon heart is under attack. It's payday.
Command me!
Talia, normally all good things come in threes. But after 4 stones, I will try one last time to bring you to your senses. Please stop what you are doing and return to good. Together we can wipe evil from the face of the earth.
Father, never! I will be the Queen of Evil and destroy all that is good!
These words should make everything crystal clear. Time to take the last stone. Unfortunately, an unsightly rock pile blocked the way to the 4th stone and had to be cleared out of the way. They're really leaving no stone unturned to work in a bit more game time, am I right? Very commendable. The Gehenna Stone's magic was ready for a new, hopefully deadly attack. This rock heap was tougher than expected and... what the...
Who woke me up? Was it you? My children are all dead. You will pay for that. I will crush you.
Okay, I didn't see that coming. Of course, the anticipating evil had already expected something like this and plunged into the fight well prepared. I hope. The Gehenna Stone's magic was ready for a new, hopefully deadly attack. Payday.
Take that! The Gehenna Stone spell waited to be once again unleashed upon the sadistic evil's enemies. The Gehenna Stone's magic was ready for a new, hopefully deadly attack. With a menacing crunch, the huge stone monster hit the ground. The stone-hewing evil had triumphed. It debated having a new bathroom built from the remains. Taking the 4th stone was now child's play. So easy, in fact, that we'll just cover it in a short cutscene and spare you all that annoying clicking. All the seals had now been broken, and the demons thirsted to unleash chaos, destruction, and folk music upon the world at the ultimate evil's side. Okay, maybe I made that last point up. Grimly was still searching for the Dark Elf and the evil around her. On the other hand, she had asserted herself against her father Tanos and resisted the forces of good. But by the time his spies, much to their horror, found the Gehenna Stones destroyed, the inconspicuous evil's army had already moved on.
The Ash Spring Swamplands. After leaving the vestiges of Tristram, Talia set out for the Gehenna Stones. The Ash Spring Swamplands. While grimly Hammerhand's henchmen were looking for Talia and the Absolute Evil's army, they in turn were slowly marching through the gloom of the Ash Spring Swamplands towards the dwarven town of Steelsmith. This idyllic area provided the unique opportunity to secure additional allies: undead. Whilst elsewhere, Grimly's scouts took the trouble to turn every stone in their search for Talia, and I mean that literally. She was marching towards the town of Steelsmith, the seat of the Dwarven King. However, after a not in the least bit subtle hint from the not at all tactful Evil, she had taken a little detour through the Ash Spring Swamplands. Here, the ancient, cursed bones of long-forgotten soldiers lay uneasy in their graves, waiting only for the necessary nudge to finally rise and play the Talking Dead, or whatever it's called. Unfortunately, and of course purely coincidentally, Grimly, the racist Dwarven King, was also currently in Ash Spring.
Aye, chop more wood. I don't have enough resources. I want to build a barracks to hire knights and foot soldiers. I also need some for these palisades. Which idiot is responsible for this, please? My right toe could build a better defence on its own. Now, fix it, and over there, we'll build a watchtower. Or two.
Grimly is here. Excellent. I'll beat every single God's-damned prejudice out of that bearded drunk's alcohol-soaked carcass. And some of these undead wannabes lying around here in their graves are going to help me. Let's see how that drunken idiot likes facing a few brain-hungry zombies. Not that he needs to be afraid with that little bird brain of his. Talia? Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Undead? How low have we sunk? Ugh. Are you still there? I thought I'd finally seen the last of you in the previous mission. Anyway, shut up and let me work. I must raise the living dead.
So in order to start the Night of the Living Dead, our protagonist, the currently eating a chicken leg Evil's envoy, had to reach the region's largest cemeteries and recruit their undead. One of the lucky Evil's little snots had discovered a hidden arcanium. Here demons could create valuable mana, which on the one hand they themselves needed, while on the other could also be used for powerful spells. And so it was that the first demon began to generate powerful mana in the arcanium. Delicious manna. I like to spread it on my Sunday morning croissant as my wife passes me a cup of tea and massages my feet as I open the newspaper to the obituaries. But back to the subject. Manna was also important to the couldn't care less about Sunday morning croissants Evil because, on the one hand, his higher level demons loved the stuff, and on the other hand, it could be used to cast powerful spells. Of course, the excited Evil couldn't wait to promptly try it out. Payday.
Whoa! What's up?
Population limit reached? Population limit reached? Ha! Well then, plenty to throw at the enemy. Let's go, men. Double the watches and leave something for me.
Good will fall. Ah, you have no chance against me and the ultimate evil. I can smell your beer breath all the way down into my dungeon, you drunken shrimp.
Spread out and find her.
The presence of the inconspicuous as a rainbow-colored dog evil's army was no longer a secret. In fact, it was amazing it had escaped the warriors of good for so long. Well, their leader was a dwarf and he had lots of beer, but I digress. Hopefully the dungeon's defenses are ready.
Take that!
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
No! I'll be back.
The bustling evil had dug into a dragon's nest. Payday.
My grandmother could build this base faster and protect it better than you.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
I am the evil. More power. More power! Nice to see you found a tomb. Without me, you pathetic losers. Things will never work that way. All right, you undead! Up you get! Fight for me and regain your honor! I am Isildur's heir! I mean, the deathly pale evil's messenger. Fight for me, and I will consider your oath fulfilled. An oath that you never swore! Excuse me, I seem to have mixed a few things up.
Splendid speech. But good enough for the mindless hordes buried here, who excitedly signaled their approval, even if it was with nothing more than a moaned "Bruce." And so, the walking dead arose to serve the abominable evil. And of course, his eloquent envoy with the split personality.
Hey! I can hear you!
I certainly hope so. I don't want to just waste my insults.
We'll talk later. Go, undead. Destroy the living!
Move it, you slackers! We need more resources.
More undead joined the monstrous evil, and with a spirited, if moaned, brains staggered off towards the human defenders, the glorious...
Hey, that's my text. You don't even appear in this dialogue at all.
Your problem for taking such a long ciggy break. I'll take over your job in the long run. That's something we can both agree on.
Are your two personalities conspiring against me? Huh. As a narrator, I am unsurpassed. If you heard the stories I tell in the bar on weekends, forget about that. Additional undead have been secured for the insidious evil. Suddenly, a few dissatisfied bears appeared directly in front of Talia. Exactly, bears. And they attacked.
Hey!
This had nothing to do with a certain narrator's injured pride, but made total sense within the framework of the story. And again, the brain-hungry zombies rose against the human defenses.
What are you doing, you deadbeats? Are you seriously going to let a few old corpses get the better of you? Take care of this vermin before I kick your asses so hard you fly all the way to Stormbreeze, where you can tell Thanos personally what a bunch of goddamn cowards you really are.
Defend the dungeon heart. Population limit reached? Population limit reached? Ha! Well then, plenty to throw at the enemy. payday.
Just wait. Take that!
The Walking Dead set out to destroy all living things. All good living things, of course. And the living dead rose.
Show him. Even more undead. Yes, walk my mindless hordes and destroy the living. Do you always have to be so evil? Ugh. Is that a trick question? Naturally! Who, if not me?
And even more undead marched against the human defenses in the glamorous evil's name. They didn't stand a chance. But suddenly, and this had nothing to do with the protagonist's previous insults, evil bears once again appeared to attack Talia.
Hey, it's all right, okay? You can keep your job. I'm sorry.
Almost miraculously, a bolt of lightning hit the bears and killed them on the spot. Amazing. But of course, it all made sense within the greater framework of the story. And again, the brain-hungry zombies rose against the human defenses.
My grandmother could build this base faster and protect it better than you.
Enemies have entered the dungeon. And the living dead rose. Payday.
I am the Queen of Evil.
Biters, I mean zombies, I mean undead, oh, whatever. Rise!
Isn't that palisade finished yet? Get a move on, you lazy goddamn slackers!
Enemies have entered the dungeon. Defend the dungeon heart.
Everything good must die.
Biters, I mean zombies, I mean undead, oh, whatever. Rise! Heyday.
Have to leave you now because I have to prepare something back home. But you hold the fort here. Got it? Good. Then take care of them.
With these heroic words, Grimly, the great dwarf king, took to his heels and ran. Some might think it cowardly.
Yes, the damn coward. But we'll get him and then we'll organize an intervention. We'll tear him a new one.
My goodness, what a turn of phrase. Outrageous. Still, it was a desire I could only agree with. Come on, for the validation-craving evil. And the good people's defensive camp went up in flames. The pitiful survivors ran in panic and dispersed in all directions.
Ha! Those cowards! See how they run! Isn't that funny?
It does have something comical about it. Even the zombies emitted a laughing moan before pushing on to get some tasty brains before the others did. And zombies rose from their graves. Heroes are on their way to one of your islands of evilness. An island of evilness is being attacked.
Now it is time to find Grimly and give him his rightful punishment.
What rightful punishment?
Oh, rightful or not, what do I care? As long as the dwarf suffers!
The lands of Ashspring were wholly under the crazed evil's control. Every now and then, a confused zombie would pop up, even though the living had already been driven out. But that didn't matter, for the absolute evil's hordes set out for Steelsmith. The Battle of Steelsmith. Led by Talia, the brutal evil's army had reached the dwarven town of Steelsmith and made ready to storm it. Inside, the fierce dwarven King Grimly planned its defense.
All right, you lazy buggers, get ready. That evil horde is going to show up with that pointy-eared cow any moment now, but Steelsmith is a fortress like none they've ever seen. So, take your positions, and don't forget the elf is mine. I'm going to make slippers out of her ears. Did you hear the rumbling? They're here. I feel it in my right corn. Send out the scouts and prepare the death hammer!
Finally, the time of the great battle was at hand. Talia's troops had taken the quickest route from the Ash Spring swamplands, and they were full of anger and determination to win this final confrontation.
I wouldn't say that. I'm still trying to persuade myself to return to the forces of good.
Okay. A part of Talia burned with anger and determination to win this final confrontation. Another wanted to form work groups and look after the bonsai garden.
Ugh, ignore my little moments. I'm going to crush that god's damn dwarf. He's made his last stupid comment about elves. I'm going to make gloves out of his beard.
What's this whole thing about everybody using bits of their opponents for slippers or gloves? That's incredibly unhygienic. The time had come. Talia began to raise a great army for the erratic evil.
Oh, that's where my dwarf troop was trapped. Good thing you found them. I wasn't looking for them. All right, men, tear the dungeon apart. Good thing you found them. I wasn't looking for them. All right, men, tear the dungeon apart.
And stay down!
eyes of yours. I have a surprise for you and the Hellspawn. Something world-shaking. Come on, men! Fire the Death Hammer!
By the goddess, is that...
Grimly had had a gigantic hammer built, the Death Hammer. This caused not only a disturbance in the force, but also in the ground, causing a massive earthquake. The effect on the dungeon was clearly noticeable. The dungeon heart in particular could only withstand but a few such blows.
How do you like that, you damned evil brood? Now, we just have to take a few minutes to rewind the thing, but it was damn well worth it. Stay and enjoy.
In his own lovingly insulting manner, Grimly made it clear to Talia and the perplexed evil that pulling back would not be an option. The giant hammer had to be destroyed.
We can't stay here. That thing has to be destroyed. After analyzing it briefly, I've discovered a great weakness.
Throw something through the 2-meter-wide cooling vent to destroy the reactor?
What? Nonsense! The thing is standing right there, so we can smash it to pieces.
Oh, why did I expect sophisticated tactics when I'm hanging around with bloodthirsty, not exactly intelligent, evil creatures?
Yeah? Ouch! Ouch! Evil is unstoppable! What? What do you want me to do?
Oh. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Give me my orders! Bye-bye, baby!
Heyday.
Who do you want killed? More power! Just wait.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Command me!
The bustling evil had dug into a dragon's nest.
I'm going to use that goddamn Dark Elf's ears for slippers!
Dark power fills me!
payday. Dragons are plundering your treasuries.
Ouch! Hasta la vista, baby!
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Drop me on the enemy.
Enemies have entered the dungeon. Payday. Heroes are on their way to one of your islands of evilness.
Everything good must die.
Reconsider your deeds. You can still turn back. No one need die today. Except these disgustingly evil creatures, perhaps, but certainly neither Grimly nor you.
This bloke is more stubborn than those phone marketing people who are always trying to get me to buy some shite.
I too think that we should maybe rethink this. It is now time for dwarves to die!
Hammer time!
And again, the exploratory evil dug up a few trapped dwarves. Obviously, getting trapped while digging seemed to be the order of the day around here.
So much for your death hammer, Grimly. Oh, did we break your toy? Are you going to cry like a little baby? Boo-hoo-hoo.
You'll pay for that. Don't be giving yourselves any medals yet. The Dwarven Empire will strike back. Of that you can be sure.
We could still solve this peacefully. You? Now? Really? In my moment of triumph? There is nothing you can't ruin, is there? Sorry. Holy crap! You're even good to me! Sister, you have some real issues. I have to go take care of a dwarven king and tear his city apart. Follow me to Steelsmith!
The having a look around evil's army had discovered a stone heap. Just a little brute force, and it would fall into the ravine to form something like a bridge.
Oops, This evil vermin is faster than I thought. We have to speed things up. All right, men. Activate the second Death Hammer!
Another one of those things? Ah, damn it all anyway. Get ready for impact!
With a kaboom, the second death hammer hit on the ground and sent its destructive waves toward the dungeon. The dungeon heart groaned under the blow. This death hammer also had to be destroyed quickly in order to save the dungeon heart.
Just to make sure nothing happens to my poor little hammer, I also built an SLD-26 magical tower shield generator. So knock yourselves out!
Generously, the foolish Dwarf King Grimly revealed the safety mechanisms to the listening and taking notes evil. Before the second death hammer could be turned off, a team would have to land on Endor. I mean, the eager...
Right then. First, we'll destroy the magical tower, and then Death Hammer number 2. No problem. We're good at breaking things.
There are enemies in your dungeon. There are enemies in your dungeon.
SLD-26 magical tower shield generator.
Hey, Grimly. Your toys break easily. My pals barely got their hands on it and it broke. So, people, let's have a look at this second Death Hammer, shall we?
Keep your hands to yourself and I'll bite your fingers off, you goddamn witch. Right, men, prepare the Death Hammer!
Grimly seemed a little desperate upon seeing the occasionally gigging as a stand-up comedian evil turned out to be a brilliant strategist. It relentlessly sent its armies towards the second Death Hammer.
Him.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
These things are pretty fragile, aren't they? Grimly, I think I accidentally broke both your hammers. I'm so sorry.
I'll strangle you with my bare hands, Gil! You god's damn disgusting!
In order to make sure we don't have to cut out all of Grimly's cursing, I'll just take over here. The brilliant evil had succeeded. The second Dwarven Hammer was also history, and its army marched inexorably towards the dwarven town of Steelsmith. Something else permeated the smell of metalworking that wafted from the city towards the dungeon. The smell of the dwarves.
For good reason, too. We're going to... we could still return to the side of food. Let me think about it for a second. No.
Payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon. The dungeon heart is being attacked.
Oh, damn it, you always have to be in such a hurry. I just completed my surprise. You know that all good things come in threes.
Honestly, do you have another one of those damn death hammers?
A death hammer? Ha! I have 3 death hammers!
What? The whole thing times 3? Not very imaginative, if you ask me. You are so...
Stop! Hammer time!
Together, the 3 death hammers had a lot more power than a single one. It would certainly be better for the dungeon heart if they too were quickly put out of action.
More power! Evil.
Heroes are on their way to one of your islands of evilness. One of your islands of evilness is under attack. One of your islands of evilness was captured. There are enemies in your dungeon. Enemies have entered the dungeon. There are enemies in your dungeon.
I'll be back.
Payday. There are countless spiders pouring out of a room that was accidentally unearthed. Disgusting.
Hey! Get up.
Enemies have entered the dungeon. There are enemies in your dungeon. Enemies have entered the dungeon. There are enemies in your dungeon. Payday.
My 3 hammers will smash you to bits!
There are enemies in your dungeon. There are enemies in your dungeon.
Ouch! Ouch! Take that!
Enemies have entered the dungeon. There are enemies in your dungeon.
Sure showed him. This power, so incredibly strong.
It's payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Ow!
There are enemies in your dungeon. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Take that!
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Death to the heroes! I knew you'd need me.
My 3 hammers will smash you to bits!
Ouch! These cowardly dwarves have actually blown up the bridge. I mean, it's good for my ego to be feared that greatly, but how are we going to get through there now? Ow!
Enemies have entered the dungeon. It's payday.
For help! Everything good must die. Time to take out the trash. Destroy them all! Bye-bye, baby! Time to take out the trash. Destroy them all!
There are enemies in your dungeon.
What can I do for you?
enemies have entered the dungeon. Heroes want to attack one of your islands of evilness.
That's the way you want it. I'll take care of you myself. For death and glory, the horn of Grimly Hammerhand shall sound in the deep one last time. Men, let this be the hour when we draw swords together. Now for wrath, now for ruin, and the Red Dawn!
Finally, we meet Grimly. Your final hour has come.
One of your islands of evilness is under attack.
You pay for this, you damn brat!
With these words, Grimly the Dwarven King breathed his last.
A well-earned victory for evil! Ha! All the legends and stories that revolve around good heroes. Utter nonsense. In the end, evil will always triumph. Time to enjoy my victory.
Talia, what have you done? You killed Grimly. I will have to punish you for this. Stay where you are. I'll be there in a couple of hours.
Apparently, Tanos was anything but enthusiastic about his foster daughter's deeds. The insightful evil knew that a confrontation was not yet advisable and ordered Talia to travel west, always west.
We could always wait for Father and try to explain everything to him. Oh, come on. Even my good side can't be that naive. He'll skin me alive if he gets his hands on me. There's no way I should get anywhere near him until his anger has cooled. Oh, unfortunately, I'm afraid I have to agree with my evil me. We should let the grass grow over the whole thing first.
Oh, good and evil in agreement. A rare stroke of luck. Here, the only problem was, as usual, his own death. After the Dwarven King Grimly suffered a premature death at the hands of the hero-beating evil's armies, the dark elf Talia got herself out of dodge. She took the evil creatures and retreated into the tunnels and mines of Steelsmith, which were connected to the most remote places in the world. The hasty departure proved to be very wise indeed, for shortly afterwards, Tanos appeared on the scene, and with him, a mighty army of good. When he found his dwarven friend's lifeless body, he screamed his pent-up anger out into the world, as overly emotional heroes are often prone to do. A few hours later, Tanos gathered with his 2 remaining comrades and commanders in his tent. We will now repeat approximately what was said. I, the evil will destroy us. We are lost. Wail, wail, and so on. In the end, Tanos called his fellow soldiers to order and commanded them to return to their respective empires and strengthen their defenses. So it was time to do what all good folks do: hide themselves behind thick walls in fear and hope that the storm would pass them by and hit the others. How exceedingly honorable. In the meantime, Tanos sent out some spies to track down his evil student. The Dark Elf had, by then, beaten her way through the mines of Steelsmith, accidentally awakened an army, and fled from a whip-swinging demon. The usual stuff that happens when traveling through dwarven tunnels. At least they had left Tanos and the armies of good far behind them, and now moved almost unmolested through the countryside, determined to continue spreading chaos and horror. The end of Burger's End. After Grimley's inglorious end, the insidious evil's army had gone through the mines of Steelsmith to escape Tanos' armies and his wrath. The old shafts brought them close to the busy town of Burger's End. Talia and the all-devouring evil's army had left the mines of Steelsmith behind them, far from Tanos and his henchmen. The tunnels brought them close to the city Burger's End, in the Empire's hinterlands. Burger's End was known for its voracious heroes. More specifically, their appetites were wait for it, dairy. They ate so much that the city had to be supplied with food from the surrounding area on a daily basis. True story.
These gluttons are going to be easy. Onwards, creatures of the deviant evil! Give these gourmands their just desserts!
This hasty attack wasn't the best idea, as the what is cannon fodder for evil's creatures all too quickly found out. These well-fed warriors proved to be exceedingly powerful and dismembered.
That could have gone better.
Naturally, a battle like that can work up an appetite. Luckily, a transport full of food showed up shortly after the clash. The wheels quickly turned in the deceitful evil's evil brain. What if those deliverers were to have an accident on their way to the city, and the city suddenly ran out of food? It giggled a treacherous little giggle. Those wood piles could be used as a roadblock if they were put into motion with a few hefty blows. That would make transporting that food even more difficult.
Okay, then we'll starve the pigs out. A brilliant plan. Do we have to do this? I feel so bad about killing Grimley. I'm surprised. I thought that evil act would finally extinguish the good part of me. I guess I'll just have to put up with you for a while longer.
These schizophrenic monologues are really annoying. They prevent me from saying so much more.
Not the worst thing when I look at the reviews of the last game.
What? How dare you? Talk about cheeky. You haven't heard the last of this. In its boundless genius, the prudent evil had provided Talia with a few gobberbots whose combat strength would prove extremely useful. They were just, wait a minute, where are they?
Yes! They were supposed to be delivered yesterday, but the postman just left a note at the dungeon entrance saying that I wasn't home. I was here the whole time.
Oh, how I'd love to work with professionals. Just once. Professionals. Just once. Take a deep breath. Remember what they taught you. You don't want any more of those electric shocks. Fine. And so, the bad-tempered evil quickly threw 2 gobberbots into the dungeon. Then it went out to find that postman and beat the living crap out of him.
I will destroy this land.
The advance of the homicidal evil's armies had not escaped the voracious heroes of Burger's End in the short pauses between meals. They immediately sent scouts and combat troops out towards the dungeon.
These stuffed pigs will be a piece of cake. We could also deal with them peacefully, couldn't we?
That was a noble thought from the good Talia. But the heroes of Burger's End were not choosy about what they ate, and dark elf fingers were considered a delicacy.
Oh, disgusting! Right, let's roast these pigs. Oh, good call.
The evilness collecting evil had, collected evil. Damned adjectives, whatever. It soon had the chance to research Gobobots, enabling it to recruit them itself in future. This extremely useful research would equip all normal goblins with a mech, greatly increasing their combat strength. Oh, apparently a couple of heroes got lucky and caught a couple of goblins away from their Gobobots on a pee break. You should free them as quickly as possible. There are enemies in your dungeon.
Baby. Vista, baby.
first food delivery set out for Burger's End. Of course, the well-prepared and not at all surprised evil would never let it arrive at its destination. Spiders have spread throughout the underground. Payday.
I am the evil.
The savage evil never even gave the food delivery a chance. Now, its creatures gorge themselves on the delicacies instead of the heroes in Burger's End.
Take that, you worm!
Enemies have entered the dungeon. Defend the dungeon heart. And still these goblins waited to be freed by the completely ignoring them evil. Naturally, it immediately sprang into action. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
On me.
Payday.
Everything good must die.
Delivery set out for Burger's End. Naturally, the relentless evil would never let it get there. A satisfying crash and clatter heralded the unapproachable evil's army's destruction. The savage evil never even gave the food delivery a chance. Now, its creatures gorged themselves on the delicacies instead of the heroes in Burger's End. There are enemies in your dungeon. defend the dungeon hut.
Just wait. I am even stronger!
Payday. Thankful and relieved for the helping hand they received from the massacring evil, the goblins immediately joined its constantly growing army.
Who do you want to?
Scouts informed the highway robbing evil of another delivery on its way to Burger's End. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
orders.
The masterful evil had destroyed the delivery without even breaking a sweat. Enemies have entered the dungeon. The beer-brewing evil could now build a brewery. Alcohol and heavily armed evil creatures. What could go wrong? But apart from that, the brewery was able to brew delicious beer, which the Horde creatures craved. Beer was essential for the Horde, as these stubborn creatures demanded the delicious beverage as soon as they acquired a certain amount of experience and wanted to continue their training beyond a given stage. Actually, that kind of reminds me of my time in the army. A brewery now twinkled and sparkled in the alcohol-dependent evil's dungeon. Yet before that noble drop could be produced for the Horde, a brewing kettle would first need to be erected. first brewery was now ready to roll. Soon, a creature of the horde, or a little snot, would hear the...
More deliveries on their way? Right. Let's take care of them. Time to die! I want Tanos's head.
One of the deliveries to Burger's End met an inglorious end. The insidious evil had intercepted all the food transports. Flawless work. It's payday. were countless spiders pouring out of a room that was accidentally unearthed. Disgusting.
Oh, hey!
Again, a number of food deliveries were on their way to Burger's End. Naturally, these would never, ever reach their destination.
Who do you want to kill?
A delivery to Burger's End spontaneously burst into flame. But, okay, actually more because the grandiose evil's creatures set it on fire. It's payday.
Thanos must die.
The now in a triumphant mood evil had destroyed all the food supplies before they reached Burger's End. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Heroes are on their way to one of your islands of evilness.
What's up? Payday. Again, a number of food deliveries were on their way to Burger's End. Naturally, these would never, ever reach their destination. Good will fall.
A delivery to Burger's End spontaneously burst into flame. Well, okay, actually more because the grandiose evil's creatures set it on fire.
I am invincible!
The all-destroying evil had destroyed one of the deliveries to Burger's End.
Thanos must die!
The insidious evil had intercepted all the food transports. Flawless work. There are enemies in your dungeon. It's payday.
scouts report a number of deliveries on their way to Burger's End. Okay, creatures? Don't let anything through.
What's up?
A delivery to Burger's End spontaneously burst into flame. Well, okay, actually more because the grandiose evil's creatures set it on fire.
You desire.
One of the deliveries to Burger's End met an inglorious end. Burger's End was doomed. The feasting evil's armies had laid low the last of the defenders, and now rampaged through the city, plundering and burning as they went.
Wonderful! Let them burn. Well, okay. Somehow that was extremely evil. I mean, I haven't forgotten that bit about the Dark Elf fingers, but maybe we could have gone about things differently? Just shut up and look at the fire.
Talia sat and surveyed the heartwarming scene. Every now and then one could still hear some screaming in the distance, but they soon ebbed, and there was no sound except the crackling of the fire. Once the plundering and arson had gone on long enough, the hinterland conquering evil's army marched. The crossing, followed by Tanos, the heavy-handed evil's army moved further towards their actual goal. But for that, it would require a ship. Talia and the truly offensive evil's armies continued marauding and running through the fields of wheat. Somewhere behind them, Tanos picked up their trail, but he had no inkling of the corrupting evil's true destination, Termite Island. A fleet would be needed to get to Termite Island, and, as everyone knew, the two Left Hands evil and its creatures were not exactly gifted shipbuilders. And so it was that the Horde stood before the gates of fantastic Lakesville. The inhabitants of Lakesville worshipped the sun and had even erected a number of temples that captured the sunlight. The light they collected strengthened the inhabitants of Lakesville in a truly unpleasant manner, which made them dangerous opponents indeed. On top of that, sunshine made them a little over the top in the gung-ho department. A number of battle-hungry troops had already rushed out to head for the dungeon.
What? Alert! Come, creatures of evil, prepare to defend against intruders! Beat them, break their legs, Pick their noses! Sit down in a circle? Just shut it! Tear up their arms, twist their necks, give them wedgies!
Battle began in the underground. Meanwhile, the heroes on the surface continued to bathe in the sunlight.
It's getting to be about time for night to fall.
What? Night? Oh, okay. Night slowly fell over Lakesville as the sun sank and finally disappeared. The sun praisers of Lakesville shivered a little as they were used to sizzling in the sun. At the same time, they were overcome with a deep fatigue that led the overworld guards to fall asleep. Only a few heroes were still on their feet.
Excellent! Finally, this narrator does something useful for a change.
Ungrateful lot. Fine then. Huh. The night wouldn't last forever, though, and daybreak was approaching fast. It seems the days just flew by in Lakesville. Night was falling.
We should take advantage of the opportunity and attack them now, while they're all asleep. That would be unwise. I would suggest something else. What now? Do you want to talk things out again? Or do you have some other hippie hogwash you want to share? No, not this time. I wanted to suggest that we focus on defending the dungeon and build a few defenses. Otherwise, they'll overrun us at daybreak. That doesn't sound like a bad idea. But attack is the best defense.
The exploring evil's little snots had discovered a scroll in the underground. Now it only needs to be taken to a lecture hall. Your little snots have dug out a new room. In order to be able to defeat Lakesville's daylight active heroes, the hard-hearted evil would have to use the lecture hall. There, scrolls could be examined, which would make things already researched even better.
Sounds pretty damn sensible to me. We could use all the help we can get against these sunbathing goody two-shoes.
Payday. Digging in the dungeon had paid off, for the truffle pig Evil's little snots had found a scroll. Now it only needed to be taken to a lecture hall so it could be used. The excavation-crazy Evil had uncovered an underground room containing a scroll. This needed to be taken to a lecture hall as quickly as possible. Payday. The sun would soon rise. It was morning. This entrance seemed to be buried. The work-shy evil decided it wasn't worth the effort and just passed on by. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Just wait. Good will fall. Ow!
It's payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon. There are enemies in your dungeon.
What can I do for you?
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Oh.
Heroes are destroying your rooms.
No! I'll be back.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Evil energy grows stronger. I'm back again.
There are enemies in your dungeon. Payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
I knew you'd need me.
The sun began to sink. Soon it would be nightfall.
Those are a couple of the Ironhides I sent to scout around. They've been captured. We should free them. Then I can punish them for failing.
Great plan! Although it looks like those guards are full to the eyebrows with caffeine. None of them are going to be sleeping tonight. The all-crushing evil simply plowed right through the Ironhide's weedy guards. Thoroughly impressed, they happily joined the evilest of all evil's army.
Simply let themselves...
The moon had risen. It was night. It's payday.
What's up?
It's payday. Your creatures have inadvertently dug into a dragon's nest. Sunrise was approaching fast.
I am even more powerful!
The sun was rising.
Shh! Hey, listen! Does anyone else hear a strange scraping sound? Like the sound of someone digging through stone? I mean, aside from us, of course. Yeah, I hear it too. Which kind of makes sense, seeing as how we share a body. Yeah, maybe it's termites or something like that? Termites? In stone? So, like, stone termites? Ugh, total nonsense. Oh, well, it is a fantasy world, so who knows?
Stone termites sounded interesting. However, the explanation was much more banal, as some heroes were digging another entrance to the totally caught by surprise Evil's dungeon.
What? Someone's tunneling through to us? Damn! Stop them!
The excavation site was accessible from the overworld. It became advisable to pay those troops a little visit to discourage them from their endeavors permanently, which is to say, axe in the head. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Payday. There are enemies in your dungeon. There are enemies in your dungeon. Hear that suspicious rumbling and the cheering?
What's that?
Those are the heroes who actually managed to clear the entrance to the dungeon and will now be attacking more frequently. Yes, I'm sure your stuttering and stammering is going to stop them. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Payday. The second Sun Temple must be close by. Those guards over there are probably not just standing around for nothing. Then again, you never know with these heroes. They're not exactly famous for their intelligence. Heroes are wrecking your rooms. There are enemies in your dungeon.
Sure showed here.
The sun slowly began to sink beneath the horizon. It would soon be night.
Oh, days like these are hard on the nerves. We'd be better off concentrating on the defenses for now.
That sounded like a great plan. Yet the underground wasn't necessarily safe. Maybe those sneaky little heroes still had an ace up their sleeves.
And just what is that supposed to mean? Do you always have to be so vague?
Of course, this is the bit where I ramp up the excitement. I mean, how boring would it be if I were just to reveal everything right now?
Extremely unboring.
Just go with it.
Unstoppable!
first Sun Temple was destroyed, bursting into thousands of particles. I mean pieces. Sorry about that.
That'll teach those worms. What will it teach them? Not to... stop asking such stupid questions. Split personality me. We have to take out that second temple. Oh, but the sun is so beautiful and wonderful and good and warm and... Stop it! All that revolting do-gooder drivel leaves a disgusting taste in my mouth.
The darkness-loving evil's armies had reached one of the sun temples that made Lakesville's heroes so powerful.
That thing has to be destroyed. Right, everybody. Sunblock on, and let's get to it.
It's payday.
What do you want me to do? Ow! I will destroy this land.
The sun temples were destroyed. A wailing and weeping could be heard echoing down the streets of Lakesville, for hard times loomed before the sunbathers. Of course, they had a completely different set of problems, for soon the sun-hating evil's army would be at their gates.
And that's the way it looks, son. Even when I was a good dark elf, I hated that thing. Disgusting. I wish I could contradict you, but we dark elves really aren't suited to long stays in the sun. Unless we use a protection factor that would even work for a vampire. Yeah, but they always buy it all up. Damn vampires.
Sunrise was approaching fast. It was morning.
Lead me to the battle!
Enemies have entered the dungeon. Payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Ouch!
Enemies have entered the dungeon. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Yeah?
It's payday.
I am. What can I do? Evil is unstoppable!
Soon, night would descend upon the lair.
Take that!
The moon had risen. It was night.
Time to take out the trash. Destroy them all! cannot stop me. What?
It's payday. Lakesville was no more. Once again, Kalya and the indifferent evil's armies left a trail of destruction behind them. Kind of surprising that Tanos hadn't tracked them down yet. They should name him Worst Tracker of All Time.
Yeah, that's true enough. He never was one to pay attention to detail.
Details like a burning city?
Yeah, he's more of a big picture guy. Pretty soon he's going to be a picture of my dagger in his eye guy. Oh, you are so brutal. On a different note, is this day-night cycle thing permanent now?
No, because... that was just because those sun temples made the days just fly by.
Oh, I thought that was the fresh sea air.
That too, yes. Lakesville was no more. Now it was time to set sail for Termite Island, there to face... the Prince of Hell. Talia had reached Termite Island. The time had come to begin preparations for the attack on Doloran and Yaina Overproud. Lakesville fell like a sandcastle under the feet of a 4-year-old, and afterwards was plundered in accordance with age-old custom. Yet as satisfying as it was just a little fish in a great big ocean of good. For the hydrophobic evil had, from the start, planned to capture the city's amazing fleet, which, as opposed to the horde ships, did not sink like rocks. And so it was that Talia's creatures were driven aboard and the sails were hoisted. As the smoking ruins of the city slowly disappeared below the horizon behind them, the ship set sail for Termite Island. Even if no one actually saw the impressive sight, as everyone, hey, I said everyone, was focused on the new target. The aforementioned island was the seat of the magician Yaina Overproud. Yaina was pretty and kind-hearted, and therefore, naturally, absolutely despicable. And if that weren't already enough reason to deal with her, she was also one of Tanos's buddies. Yaina ruled from Doloran. Ah, Doloran, home of arcane magic and high finance alike. Disgusting. Upon landing, the leisurely Evil's army slowly made their way to the financial capital. Yet it would be a good idea to acquire additional, even more powerful allies before facing Yaina. Talia and the remains of the cold-blooded Evil's army had reached Termite Island. Here, the egotistical magician Yaina Overproud ruled over her magical financial stronghold of Doloran.
I'll take care of this witch in short order. We'll just build up an army and beat on everything we see, just the way we did before. It's always worked until now, whereby the question arises, what the hell kind of a strange rump is that? What's it good for?
In fact, that was an excellent question. Naturally, it was a... wait a moment. Yes, actually, it was a hellhole. A hellhole is a portal directly to hell. What do we need that for, you ask yourselves? Another excellent question. Ah, here, because we want to summon a pit fiend, of course. The demonic and savvy evil plan to lead a pit fiend to Doloran in order to have an ace up its sleeve in the fight against Yaina Overproud. An ingenious plan, I must say.
Okay, pit fiend sounds good. I can see him now. This guy with muscles of steel.
Well, first we need a few ingredients, which we then, for the sake of simplicity, just throw into the hellhole. We need corpse dust. However, it has to be from Termite Island, so we can't just scrape it off our zombies, but have to organize some from local graveyards. And toenails? That's simple. Oh, from a centaur. Fortunately, these primitive beings should have a few camps around here. What a coincidence. Besides that, we also need some worm slime. Ugh, just saying it makes me shudder. And spider legs. We'll probably find those kinds of creatures here in the underground. Probably a lot sooner than the tense evil would like. Oh yes, and it also requires a couple of well-aged, but unfortunately live heroes too. They're not likely to let themselves be thrown in there just like that, so we need a plan.
We can think about that later. The other things will be easier to get. Through fair trade? Through killing. I will destroy this land.
Malicious creatures are marching across Termite Island. Men, and of course women. Stop them! For the Alliance! Well, not the Alliance, but the Alliance of all good folk, and so... you know what I mean. Anyway, stop them! For the goddess!
Whoops! Apparently the heroes weren't as stupid as they looked and had noticed the pitter-patter and banging in the underground. As if that weren't enough, Yaina overproud herself was there.
Excellent. That saves me a lot of time and work if I can defeat her right here.
Easy there. We really don't have the kind of budget that lets us burn a story character in a single map. Besides, it was necessary to stop the marching heroes, and then, immediately following a stay in the dungeon's own hotel, Le Prison, sacrifice them to the hellhole.
Take that!
A giant worm has been sighted in the dungeon. It's payday.
Gonna get up.
Your creatures have discovered a number of worms in your dungeon. That is so disgusting. The disgusting evil picked up some... It was done. All of the requisite worm slime had been collected. Oh my, I saw this documentary about liposuction one time, and this stuff was... Oh, just forget it. Another challenge mastered by the repulsive evil. There are countless spiders pouring out of a room that was accidentally unearthed. Disgusting. The arachnomanic evil had torn off the first spider egg. Just much like the Hero Academy on Newbie Island, Termite Island was a place frequented by aspiring adventurers. When rumors of a newly opened dungeon made the rounds, many heroes came from all over the island. these would be unpleasantly surprised to encounter not a nicely balanced beginner's dungeon, but the cruel evils complex and trap-riddled caves instead. There are enemies in your dungeon. Hopefully no one has arachnophobia. A spider nest has been discovered. Enemies have entered the dungeon. The first prison had been built. Now, heroes could be imprisoned when they were defeated. This was not only important for sacrificing the heroes the hellhole so desperately wanted, but also because each hero generated some evilness at the end of their stay.
Exactly. Let them stew and rot in prison, the miserable do-gooders.
Something our quick-tempered protagonist obviously desired. The very best thing, though, was the fact that any heroes that died in prison became skeletons. The necrotic evil immediately wanted to try this out, of course. Your dungeon heart is under attack. Your dungeon heart is under attack.
I'm back. Bye-bye, baby. Ow! Take that, you worm!
There are enemies in your dungeon. Enemies have entered the dungeon. The hero died in the unspeakable evil's prison. In fact, this wasn't such a bad thing. A skeleton rose from the dead hero's remains, which would henceforth serve the homicidal evil without questions or demands.
My secret and mystical counselors, who only I can see, tell me that the demons would love to see some skilled elven archers thrown into the hellhole. Apparently, they need someone to hunt giant mosquitoes.
Counselors only you can see? My goodness, as if your split personality wasn't annoying enough.
I can't really argue with you there. I too wish that Sister Goody Two-Shoes would finally go and bother someone else.
Payday.
I am in...
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Ouch!
There are enemies in your dungeon. The listening closely evil was informed that the demons of the hellhole might be interested in trading a handful of priestesses of the light for one of their female demons. This sounded like a very interesting trade indeed. It's payday. There are enemies in your dungeon. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
time to take out the trash. Destroy them all!
Rumor has it that the demons of the hellhole might welcome the sacrifice of a few little snots. Or maybe it's just because it's fun, too. The experimental evil immediately tried it out. Enemies have entered the dungeon. The dungeon heart is being attacked. Heroes want to attack one of your islands of evilness.
I am Ouch! Ouch! Take that!
It's payday. Whoops, the first centaur had lost one of its toenails. House. But it was exactly what the absolutely no regrets whatsoever evil needed for the hellhole. The first centaur toenails disappeared into the hellhole. A short neigh could be heard. I don't really want to know what the demons do with those.
And still the Horde, the evil, spread their infestation across Termite Island. Onwards, peoples of the Alliance, drive this riffraff off. Otherwise, the tourists will stay away and we'll have to close up shop. I'll be at your side. Well, later. I have something important to do in Doloran. All the best, and for the Alliance and so forth.
Damn, that cowardly magician is escaping!
Just like I hadn't said anything. As Jaina got out of dodge, her subordinate heroes from the nearby village did what heroes did best. Desperately head for their opponents, using brute force and violence with absolutely no finesse whatsoever. The dungeon protecting evil made ready. As a really, really broad hint, the savvy narrator pointed out to the perplexed evil that the graves in the graveyard might just need a hearty smack or nudge to release the valuable corpse dust. The fabulous evil's armies had reached the city. Jaina, however, was long gone.
Then I suppose I'll just have to take it out on the inhabitants. Forward! Haven't you plunged enough cities into ruin? Is that a trick question? I'll admit I could have saved myself the question. You monster! Thanks. Not gonna get up.
Your dungeon heart is under attack. Your dungeon heart is under attack. Heroes are on their way to one of your islands of evilness. Your dungeon heart is under attack. An island of evilness is being attacked. Enemies have entered the dungeon. You have lost one of your islands of evilness to the enemy. There are enemies in your dungeon. The first corpse dust was sacrificed to the hellhole. An excellent start for the sacrifice offering evil. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Oh, they!
There are enemies in your dungeon. There are enemies in your dungeon.
What can I do for you?
The eager to explore evil's army had discovered one of the heroes' camps. They immediately took care of its demolition.
Exactly! Come on! Let's tear the place apart! Show him! Another glorious victory for the Queen of Evil! I mean, for the absolute evil. Of course. I mean, it's not my army. Not yet. Anyway.
You're the Queen of Evil? Well, I didn't vote for you. And anyways, Queen of the Damned sounds better to me.
Really? Oh, God. Terrible film. Except for the music. But of course, a bit better love story than that bit at Twilight.
The far-sighted evil had discovered a modest little centaur camp. Like any good, nature-loving being, the horrible evil immediately wanted to convert this area into a nature reserve. Of course, that meant that everything that was in the way had to go. Oh, those poor centaurs. Unfortunately, they had to die for the good of the greater evil. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
What?
Sadly, one of the hero's mighty champions lived in the city. Ronin, whose cliché-soaked name we stole one-to-one from another universe, had retired here and was anything but pleased to see evil creatures. However, whoever put that sanctimonious do-gooders lights out permanently was sure to be richly rewarded.
Reward or not, it'll be fun. Come on, fight!
The great champion Ronin hit the floor. The radiant with happiness evil was extremely pleased. At the same time, this anti-heroic act was generously rewarded.
Ha! Another city destroyed. You're so evil and cruel. Thanks, that's really nice of you. I despise you. Careful now. Hate leads to the dark side.
The strategically brilliant evil had eliminated all the dangers and made the dungeon a fairly safe place. Summoning the pit fiend should now be child's play.
This hero camp has been destroyed. Excellent work. So now let's do it again. All the poor souls who have to die because of my failure and my lack of willpower. It's so sad. Ha ha ha! Plunder, burn, kill.
Another lemming rushed over the cliff. Oh, I mean hero and hellhole, sorry. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
To the heroes! I will destroy this land.
The demon appeasing evil had sacrificed a hero.
Another graveyard. Excellent. Here we should be able to find the rest of the corpse dust. Get a move on, people! Loot those graves! My toenails are curling. Looting graves? How repulsive! Yeah, go share your moral outrage with someone who cares.
The graveyard's ludicrous guards had been retired. Good thing for the gravedigger, who didn't have to go far this time. It's payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon. It was done. The self-sacrificing evil had thrown the required number of heroes into the hellhole, which in turn commented on the fact with a loud, contented belch. Another lemming rushed over the cliff. Oh, I mean hero and hellhole, sorry. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Heyday. The Hellhole rewarded the sacrifice of a live hero with a respectable berth. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Well, hello, you beautiful demon? Oh, the demons of the hellhole gave the still-to-be embalmed evil some of their succubi as thanks for the sacrifices. A hero disappeared into the hellhole with a long, drawn-out and an almost reckless disregard for gravity. Payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Hey!
The demons beyond the hellhole were almost ecstatic about the wicked evil's sacrifice and threw a few miserable imps through the portal in thanks. Cute. While the sacrifice, of course, pleased the pit fiends beyond the hellhole, it didn't seem to induce them to send anything in trade. Obviously, they only wanted to make each trade once. Cheapskates. While the sacrifice, of course, pleased the pit fiends beyond the hellhole, it didn't seem to induce them to send anything in trade. Obviously, they only wanted to make each trade once. Cheapskates. While the sacrifice, of course, pleased the pit fiends beyond the hellhole, it didn't seem to induce them to send anything in trade. Obviously, they only wanted to make each trade once. Cheapskates. Enemies have entered the dungeon. The demon appeasing evil had sacrificed a hero. The prepared-to-make-a-sacrifice evil threw another hero into the hellhole. The demon-appeasing evil had sacrificed a hero. A hero disappeared into the hellhole with a long, drawn-out "Ah!" and an almost reckless disregard for gravity. Payday. There are enemies in your dungeon.
Comes from above.
Another lemming rushed over the cliff. Oh, I mean hero and hellhole, sorry. A hero disappeared into the hellhole with a long, drawn-out "Ah!" and an almost reckless disregard for gravity. Another lemming rushed over the cliff. Oh, I mean hero and hellhole, sorry.
Oh.
It's payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Oh.
The demon appeasing evil had sacrificed a hero. The prepared to make a sacrifice evil threw another hero into the hellhole. The hellhole rewarded the sacrifice of a live hero with a respectable burp. A hero disappeared into the hellhole with a long, drawn-out "Ah!" and an almost reckless disregard for gravity. More corpse dust was sacrificed. It was done. All of the required corpse dust had been sacrificed to the hellhole. The mastered this task evil patted itself on the back, right before it remembered the spiked metal gloves. Ouch. There are countless spiders pouring out of a room that was accidentally unearthed. Disgusting. Your creatures have discovered a number of worms in your dungeon. That is so disgusting. Enemies have entered the dungeon. It's payday. A hero disappeared into the hellhole with a long, drawn-out "Ah!" and an almost reckless disregard for gravity. hunt for the centaur toenails was going well. It was done. The last centaur had lost its toenail, which the eager evil quickly sacrificed to the hellhole. As it did so, it realized that every centaur actually had 4 of the stupid things. Naturally, that would have made the job just a bit easier. But hey, outstanding intelligence was never an employment criterion for evil archvillains. Either way, the goal had been achieved. Finally, it was done. The last ingredient had been thrown into the hellhole. The victorious evil patted itself on the back in triumph. The hellhole began to bubble and make fart noises. Something in the middle whirled wildly while it slowly grew. The sound that caused it could be seen as a demonic litany, but upon listening closer, one recognized a joyful whee! It was the pit fiend, who now emerged from the whirlpool with a wild laugh. Laugh. Oh, do I do that? Okay.
Prince of Darkness, obey my orders, and of course those of the absolute evil. You, mighty pit fiend, cruelest of the cruel.
His name is Crowley.
I beg your pardon?
It says here in the script the pit fiend's name is Crowley. Not that it's important since he doesn't speak, but I just wanted to mention it.
All right, Crowley. You, Crowley, will help us defeat Yaina Overproud. We will transform this world into an image of hell.
Daughter, try to defeat your evilness. I still haven't given up on you. Fight it! Use all your willpower.
Oh, Father, I'm still here. I'm trying. Well, now and then, at least. But my evil self won't let me talk about it. It doesn't care what you say. How often do I have to tell you?
The pit fiend Crowley listened to Talia's inner quarrel and grumbled at Tanos' words. Non-residents of hell were so annoying. Tanos disappeared after the evil Talia's rant and tirade of insults. She then turned to Crowley.
Come, pit fiend. Crowley. Let's get that accursed magician. Yaina Overproud, your day's on.
The storming of Doloran. Now that the leprous evil had won the pit fiend as an ally, it began preparations for the storming of Doloran. It was time for Yaina Overproud to die.
We've finally reached Doloran. With the pit fiend, Crowley, we'll effortlessly overrun the city and kick Yaina Overproud's ass. Oh, but, could we solve it peacefully instead? Maybe they want to surrender.
Talia, your shameful deeds have not gone unnoticed. You have committed yourself to evil and killed grimly. You have led an army of evil here to Doloran. I cannot allow that, for I fight for capitalism and neoliberalism. Love and justice. I am Yaina Overproud, and in the name of Doloran, I will punish you.
Okay. I guess we can forget the peaceful solution thing. The armies of evil, forward!
Bravely, or extremely stupidly, the do-gooders of Doloran threw themselves at Crowley, but they could do little against his concentrated power, his steeled muscles, and his fiery breath.
This isn't over yet, as if a ridiculous little demon could stand against me. Thunderbolt, fly and win!
A powerful spell hit Crowley, instantly evaporating all the weaker creatures around him. He seemed considerably weakened.
Hey, that's not fair! Just wait! I have a few tricks up my own sleeve, you fraud! Strengthen, demon! Fly and win!
Talia now also cast a spell on Crowley. Both spells seem to balance each other out. At the same time, they surrounded the Pit Fiend with a storm of chaotic energy. This would protect him from all damage. Unfortunately, it would also protect everyone outside the energy vortex from Crowley.
This isn't over yet. Men, I need your support. Go to that demon and stay close to him. That will strengthen my spell.
That sounds dangerous.
He's almost banned, you idiots. He cannot do anything to you. Get a move on.
Come, creatures. I need your support. Stay close to Crowley to strengthen my spell. Fear not. The forces surrounding him are harmless. To me.
My goodness! I'm hardly needed for this intro. The fast-acting evil threw everything it had into getting its creatures close to Crowley in order to support Talia's spell. Spiders have spread throughout the underground. Crowley himself was less than pleased by the magical energies that swirled around him. After all he wanted was to bring chaos and destruction to the world. His superhuman demonic powers allowed him to temporarily resist all the spells and move forward. Of course, he would only do so on the unrighteous evil's orders. For although he was a mighty pit fiend, he was not a giant floating hand that could easily crush any and all creatures if it so wished. Your dungeon heart is under attack. The heroes of Doloran had finally gathered their courage and moved closer to Crowley in order to intensify their leader, Yaina Overproud's spell.
Get ready to intercept them. That spell really doesn't need to get any stronger.
Forward, brave warriors! Together we will defeat this evil! Thunderbolt, open!
Payday. Heroes had surrounded Crowley, and through Yaina Overproud's spell slowly pushed him back. The lazy evil had to do something to stop them.
Go on like this. Men, find the source of this evil. Enter the dungeon and destroy it.
Not a good time. I'm kind of busy here at the moment.
A group of heroes made their way into the dungeon to lead the armies of evil into a two-fronted war. Fortunately, the underground was laced with traps and so on, so that they didn't stand a chance. You did lace it with traps, didn't you? There are enemies in your dungeon. The recovering evil would build a chamber of relaxation. There, demons could leave their non-existent cares behind them as they took a warm mana bath. It also allowed them to attain higher levels. Payday.
Give up, Talia. Good will always triumph.
Oh, like hell. Good is going down. I'm gonna tear your heart out and use it as a bath sponge.
The heroes strengthened Yaina Overproud's spell and slowly pushed Crowley back.
Creatures, go! Support Crowley and my spell! We dare not fall back any further!
The ghastly evil chuckled at the insidious thought of erecting a torture chamber. There, imaginative tortures could be used to persuade heroes to defect to good. I mean, to the right side of diabolical. It's payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Thunderbolt! Fly! And win!
You want me to call you Sailor Overmoon now or what? I can take you with one hand tied behind my back.
The malicious evil had successfully built the torture chamber, where it could now persuade heroes to see the benefits of the dark side, through the use of instruments of torture, of course. payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Crowley was forced back. The absolute evil had to send its creatures to support him. The dungeon heart is being attacked. The heroes strengthened Yaina Overproud's spell and slowly pushed Crowley back. The hedonistic evil had built his demons a chamber of relaxation. There they could now take mana baths, which seemed to be an essential requirement for every high-level demon. Meanwhile, Crowley had covered half the distance. Not much longer, and Doloran would fall.
Never! Men, attack!
Heroes had entered the dungeon through the back entrance.
Operation Sneak Attack! Go!
The foolish evil had walked right into a do-gooder ambush, who now happily took its armies under fire from above. This would probably lead to painful losses, but of course, that didn't matter to the troop-wasting evil.
Kate Crowley, destroy those do-gooders! Never! Your ridiculous demon has no power here!
Payday. The northern road upon which the contemptuous of all life, including that of its own creatures, Evil's army, was lined with warriors armed to the teeth. Proceeding any further would be a suicide mission. There are enemies in your dungeon. There are enemies in your dungeon. Defend the dungeon heart. Slowly but surely, Crowley was forced back. The idle evil had better support him quickly. It's payday. The heroes strengthened Yaina Overproud's spell and slowly pushed Crowley back. Crowley had already been forced far back. Something needed to be done urgently. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Uh-oh, a spider nest has been unearthed. The heroes strengthened Yaina Overproud's spell and slowly pushed Crowley back. It's payday. Crowley had reached the gates of Doloran. The energies raging around him melted through the defenses like a hot knife through butter. However, instead of demoralizing the defenders, that seemed to motivate them instead.
Exactly. Right, ladies and gentlemen, time to take out the garbage. Destroy the evil. For the Moonstone. For Doloran!
Man the defenses!
Enemies have entered the dungeon. Defend the dungeon heart. There are enemies in your dungeon. The dungeon heart is being attacked. Go, Crowley, go on! Take the worthless magician out! The pit had reached Yaina Overproud. He tore through the walls as if they were paper, and then they met. Lightning bolts lashed through the electrified air. An epic battle began.
Your days are numbered, villainous pit fiend. In the name of Doloran, I will punish you. But not here.
What the? A teleportation spell? What a bitch! Come on, after her! She can't be far!
Daughter, cease your villainous deeds. Grimly's death. I forgive you for that. But look inside yourself and return to the light.
Him again? Look, go watch that cartoon movie about ice and snow and listen to the song Let It Go very, very closely.
I don't have time for that! Come on! We have to find Crowley and kill Yaina and lay waste to Doloran, not necessarily in that order.
The end of Yaina Overproud. The victorious Evil's armies had stormed Doloran, but the sneaky magician Yaina Overproud had teleported both herself and Crowley deeper into the city with a spell. Now, Talia set about leading the troops into the financial hub of the Empire. As the lagging and holding up the whole show Evil's army marched into Doloran, the city's ruler and part-time witch, Yaina Overproud, was fighting an epic duel against the mighty pit fiend Crowley. Magic energy swirled around the two as they relentlessly attacked one another.
That's enough. No single demon is going to stop me. Might of the dollar, open!
Chaotic magic flowed through Crowley and banished him into a mana prison. He would hardly be able to escape from it on his own.
Really? We freed him after all that time and now he just lets himself be banished? We could have saved ourselves the effort. What a loser.
Ha! Your demonic ally is banished. Now it's your turn. Let's see how your dungeon likes my arcane tears.
Tears in reality that distorted the space around them formed in the surprised Evil's dungeon. The dungeon heart's evil energy seemed to lure the chaotic arcane power beyond those tears. Magical energy burst out of the tears to pierce the dungeon heart.
Oh, okay. These things have to be destroyed. Only, how do we do that?
Violence is always the most obvious solution, thought the crazy Evil, as it ordered its creatures to attack the arcane tears. Fascinatingly enough, it actually seemed to work.
You destroyed them? Then I'll just make some new ones. Just let me take a quick break and drink a mana potion and I'll be right with you.
You'll pay for that.
daughter, it is I, Tanos. Your demon has been banished. Now would be the time to stop, and
Oh, just shut up! Just shut up!
there must still be some good left in you that...
La 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 la, can't hear you. Well, that isn't very grown up of you. Me? So? Then he should stop getting on my nerves. Okay, we need a plan. I would suggest we storm the rest of the city and wipe that magician out. And as a little bonus, we can free Crowley on the way.
The bustling evil had discovered a room in the underground. Hopefully no one has arachnophobia. A spider nest has been discovered. Payday.
Command me. this power? It's so incredibly strong! Thanos must...
A spider nest has been unearthed. Dragons have nested in the underground.
Fear not, brave heroes of Doloran. Beat this evil brood back.
Hasta la vista, baby!
Payday. There are enemies in your dungeon.
Evil is unstoppable!
Payday.
You know, I always thought this arcane tear spell was totally useless. But it turns out it's ideal and almost totally safe to use on targets in the underground.
to die.
Defend the dungeon heart. There are enemies in your dungeon.
Death! Everything evil comes evil. Dark power fills me!
Payday.
Thanos must die. I am the evil. We go where we want.
Slowly, the obese evil's army advanced and perused the city. Wait, isn't that Crowley over there?
Did that idiot actually let them lock him up? Ugh, the time this knucklehead has cost us. Oh, well, maybe we can use him as cannon fodder. We'll free him. Oh, really? I mean, a Prince of Hell is really dangerous and... Ugh, has he been particularly dangerous up till now? He tore down the city walls and then let himself be banished. I have the feeling that every last goblin in my army has been more helpful. Besides, shut up, good Talia.
Was it? I'm still Yaina Overproud, and in the name of the moon, I will tear your black heart out. I mean, punish you. I still have a few magic tricks up my sleeve to reinforce those arcane tears. Ha ha ha!
Payday.
Give your orders. I am invincible. Well, no.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
I will destroy this land.
Ha! I found my +2 wand of fortified arcane tears. Now I'll show you what pain is.
The conquest-loving Evil's army had entered the square where Crowley was imprisoned. A few arcane pillars seemed to be maintaining his prison. These were sure to break under a few hearty blows and free the pit fiend from his predicament.
You didn't really believe that, did you? Time for arcane tear! Take that! And that! And that! And that! Ha-ha!
Maybe we should take care of these things first. Otherwise, this is going to hurt.
Crowley was free. The pit fiend thanked it with a wild roar and immediately set about roasting the do-gooders. Looks like a Sunday barbecue.
Okay, now make yourself useful so that we didn't summon support and free you from your prison for nothing. Yaina, can you hear me? It's time. Time to die.
Ha! Then come, Dark Elf, and we will decide this once and for all. I defeated your demon lackey once before, and I'll mop the floor with you.
Hasta la vista, baby.
Oh, Talia! You finally came to play. I've been waiting for you.
Of course you've been waiting for me. We've already dueled at the gates to the city, if your little bird brain can remember that far back.
True. Well, welcome to the Dolaran Academy of Magic. Here's your first lesson in deadly combat magic. Die!
Had enough? Or do you want more?
You think that's enough to defeat me? I'm going to show you a whole world of pain.
Uh-oh. What do you want me to do?
Heyday.
Okay, I've had enough. Now, feel the power of the Moonstone. Dolaran. Whatever. Die!
I am the Queen of Evil.
only thing that's going to fall in Doloran is the exchange rate for evilness. This cannot be the end. Good. Always.
One might think Sailor Overmoon hadn't done her research. Let's hope she stays dead soon.
We could turn her into an undead. Ha ha ha! What a wonderfully nasty thought. Ooh, even I found that funny. Honestly? But you're the good one of the two of us. Well, I have to develop somehow. I can see we've fallen into evil. Denying it is exhausting. Is this some kind of trick?
Daughter, what have you done? First Grimly, and now Yaina too. Don't expect any mercy from me. I will find you and stop you. My army is approaching Doloran, and then we will talk.
Yeah, bring it on.
Much as I hate to interrupt the various dialogues, Tanos was still a powerful opponent whom Talia wasn't yet ready to meet. So there was no shame in running away to gain more power before facing this battle.
Coward. All right, fall back. I need a break after that battle.
The invincible Evil's army took Doloran by storm and captured the hearts of its inhabitants. And I mean that literally. Strange hobby, but hey, others collect stamps and such. And the mighty Yaina Overproud too kicked the daisies and saw the bucket from below. Now that didn't make much sense. Yeah, that's the kind of thing that happens when you hire translators that just run the text through Google Translate. But that's enough digression for now. So, Yaina was dead, and Talia and the fabled Evil's army hit the road before Tanos showed up. Soon after, he stood over his companion's corpse. He could do nothing but mourn. And again he screamed his pain into the world with a long, drawn-out "No!" in a manner suspiciously reminiscent of Grimly's death, which of course had absolutely nothing to do with going easy on the game's budget. Meanwhile, the fleet set sail for the mainland. Once the army was back on solid land, Talia torched the captured ships. She currently had no use for them. Yeah, I know. But villains never were big into foresight. Then the cruel Evil's army moved deeper into the countryside, towards a place called Serenity. Once upon a catapult, Termite Island lay in ruins, but the marauding Evil had not yet finished its international destruction tour. The next performance was scheduled for the cozy town of Serenity. The all-devastating Evil's army landed very close to there. Skeptical of all life evil, had left Termite Island far behind it, and had come ashore very close to the quiet town of Serenity. Serenity was a quiet little town, mainly known for being the world's greatest arms exporters. This in itself was not a contradiction, for as quiet and peaceful as Serenity was, somewhere in the world there was always someone who needed arms. And the quiet and peaceful inhabitants of Serenity were more than willing to supply others with instruments of death, including the solvent Evil's armies, as long as the price was right. Now,
eyes,
however,
front-
that was going to be their downfall, as the all-destroying evil had no intention of allowing anyone to supply its enemies with weapons. And so it was that Serenity's fate was sealed.
But there's a huge army in Serenity that doesn't look the least bit serene. It's more likely to be a problem.
On the other hand, there were a number of armories near Serenity with siege engines on their lots. These would certainly be useful for making that huge army somewhat smaller.
Excellent idea! Go, you vicious dogs! Capture those armories, and then we'll go give the good people of Serenity a demonstration of their own products. Call it targeting. I am even more powerful!
It's payday.
Thanos must die!
The people of Serenity were concerned. While as weapons dealers they were accustomed to negotiating with the most disgusting creatures, having the despicable Evil's army right at their doorstep was still disconcerting. So they sent a troop out to discreetly persuade the new arrivals to move. Obviously they didn't count on the insidious killer machine the guileful Evil had already built in its dungeon. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Your little snots have dug out a room.
Who do you want dead?
The unstoppable Evil's army had taken the Eastern Armory and captured a catapult.
Ah, a catapult. Excellent. We can sow chaos and destruction. How does this thing work?
This was one of those newfangled point-and-click catapults, which could be fired fully automatically without a crew. Very handy indeed. Just press the appropriate button, select the target, designate it, and away you go.
No! I'll be back.
Serenity's army was almost indecently large. The leader on duty therefore decided to send a punitive expedition into the overworked Evil's dungeon. Naturally, they didn't have a chance down there. In addition, those cowards in Serenity also sent out a well-equipped patrol to cause trouble in the overworld, but only trouble for evil creatures, of course. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Payday. There are enemies in your dungeon. Defend the dungeon heart.
Stop me. What?
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's the death-dealing catapult shot. Ha 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 ha! The scouting around Evil's army had discovered an armory. The siege weapons there would be perfect for its arsenal.
Excellent! Let's take it! Forward the army of evil!
The catapult shot landed on Serenity's defenders with a juicy smack. Ha ha ha!
Just wait. Just wait.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's the death-dealing catapult shot. Ha 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 ha! Enemies have entered the dungeon. The greedy evil had taken an armory and gotten a siege weapon in its greedy, clawed hands.
Excellent. We should field test it as soon as possible.
Heyday!
I knew you'd need me.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's the death-dealing catapult shot. Ha 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 ha! The catapult shot landed on Serenity's defenders with a juicy smack. Ha ha ha!
That's one of those armories. Go, destroy that. Capture that thing.
Boom! The catapults had delivered their deadly cargo into the air. A wonderful hit that was rewarded with moans and the sound of cracking bones. Excellent. The Weapon Freak Evil's army had taken the Western Armory and captured a catapult. The Unstoppable Evil had now captured all three catapults. They would be perfect for blowing Serenity into handy, fist-sized pieces of rubble. Let the games begin.
That's how it looks. Open fire. Give 'em hell. Take no prisoners.
Boom! The catapults had delivered their deadly cargo into the air. The catapult shot landed on Serenity's defenders with a juicy smack. Ha ha ha!
Someone saw a patrol from Serenity? Wipe them out. Give them small animal names. What do you want to do?
Hit and sunk. This catapult shot is going to leave a lasting impression. It didn't seem to matter to the callous evil that Talia had died yet again. Although she was sure to return, it should take better care of her next time. It's payday.
Good will fall.
Boom!
What? Someone saw a patrol from Serenity? Wipe them out. Give them small animal names.
Catapult shot. Fly and win. And once again, Talia bought the farm. A wonderful hit that was rewarded with moans and the sound of cracking bones. Excellent. Catapult shot. Fly and win. Hit and sunk. This catapult shot is going to leave a lasting impression. Enemies have entered the dungeon. The catapult shot landed on Serenity's defenders with a juicy smack. Ha ha ha! Your dungeon heart is under attack. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's the death-dealing catapult shot. Ha 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 ha! A wonderful hit that was rewarded with moans and the sound of cracking bones. Excellent. Enemies have entered the dungeon. It's payday. The necromantic evil had built a crypt. There, undead were able to resurrect any horde creatures who bit the dust. This would most likely lead to the troops our cannon fodder evil being even less careful with them. Well,
the power flows through my veins.
enemies have entered the dungeon. Hopefully no one has arachnophobia. A spider nest has been discovered. It's payday.
I am the evil.
Catapult shot. Fly and win. A wonderful hit that was rewarded with moans and the sound of cracking Catapult shot. Fly and win. Catapult shot. Fly and win. Hit and sunk. This catapult shot is going to leave a lasting impression. Boom! The catapults had delivered their deadly cargo into the air.
Hey!
A wonderful hit that was rewarded with moans and the sound of cracking Boom! The catapults had delivered their deadly cargo into the air. Hit and sunk. This catapult shot is going to leave a lasting impression. Catapult shot. Fly and win. Hit. Serenity had increased its defensive forces. More enemies, more honor, thought the unscrupulous evil, and continued to work on their destruction.
Right. There'll never be a better time to attack. Follow me, evil creatures. For me! I mean for the deviant evil! Cut them down, pillage and burn! Give them wedgies!
heyday. Serenity had been raised to the point. The destructive evil's army had done a great job. The hostile evil briefly mourned its former weapons leader, but then shrunk. Somewhere out there, it would find a new supply. Talia instructed the army to march further north towards the coast. Why? Well, we don't want to give that away just yet.
Exactly! Let's get going! Let's go!
What happened to your good side?
My good... Oh, no idea. Good question. But it's kind of refreshing when she keeps her gob shut, isn't it?
Well, I can't argue with you there. And so, the evil's army marched on. The hungry, hungry ogre. What was it with the perverted evil in those ships, anyway? Why did it always destroy them instead of saving them for another day? As may be, the legendary evil's army once again stood on the coast, wanting to set sail. But this time for the not-quite-so-free cities. But, as I said, it needed a ship to do so. Fortunately, the harbour town of Lotsawinter was not far off, and luckily there was an ally in the area. The gruesome evil's army once again stood on the coast of the Western Kingdoms. There, off the coast, lay the not-quite-so-free cities, a place of indecent wealth. In the planned march on the capital, there was no way these cities could be left standing, as otherwise they would attack the tactical evil from behind. To get there, it needed a ship. Again, we've been here before. Since the capable evil's creatures were still incapable of producing anything that floated, they had to borrow them from the natives. Nearby lay the harbour town of Lotsawinter, home to many famous heroes and a famous seafaring town. Unfortunately, Lotsawinter was extremely well guarded and a meeting place for extremely experienced, not to say high-level heroes. The prepared-to-make sacrifices evil's miserable creatures wouldn't stand a chance here.
Then why are we here? That doesn't make any sense.
Easy there. However, its fighting prowess would allow it to meet Lotsawinter's defenders head-on. But first of all, the creature had to be persuaded to join the forces of evil.
No problem. I'll just promise him a beating if he doesn't get a move on.
Interesting idea, but I did just say that he's really powerful, didn't I? He'd mop the floor with everything we could muster against him.
Well, let's have a look at him first, then. Talk fast.
spider nest has been unearthed. Payday! The playing at a snail's pace evil hadn't exactly been circumspect. By now, it had to be clear to even the most deaf hero that something had taken up residence in the underground. Heroes being what they are, a group of adventurers had already set out to plunder this dungeon's treasures.
They'll pay for that. Break their legs, pull out all their nose hair. Everything good must die. Hey! Evil is unstoppable! Ah!
Useless knowledge about ogres for 200 points. An ogre once took second place in an intelligence contest. Although he was actually the only contestant, he ended up losing out to a fly that randomly flew into the room. A giant worm has nested in the dungeon.
Ouch!
I am the evil.
Having a look around Evil's army had reached the ogre.
Hey, I am ogre.
Obviously, this creature wouldn't be winning any intelligence contests.
Me happy help you. Moshing heroes fun. But me little thirsty. Before me start, should drink something.
Of course, it couldn't be that easy. A large quantity of beer would first have to be delivered to the ogre in order to convince him to help out. With a groan, the Brewmaster Evil set to work.
Okay, you nasty little creatures, you heard the word. Time to brew some beer. Move! Hit those brewing kettles. I want to smell barley instead of mold down here.
Heyday! The Brewing Evil had produced a huge number of barrels of beer, enough to keep several orcs busy for days. Hopefully, it was enough for one for the road for the ogre.
To all that is good.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Destroy the good! God, hey!
The drunken evil had built another brewing kettle. A fabulous decision, one which would surely benefit the Horde's alcoholics. Spiders have spread throughout the underground. The bustling evil had discovered a room in the underground. Your little snots have dug out a room.
ogre, we brought you your beer. Now it's time. Wait a minute, where did the beer go? Did you already? And hey, where the hell do you think you're going? Stay where you are. We have a city to attack.
Beer make ogre hungry. Ogre get quick snack.
The ogre greedily staggered towards a small nearby farm. The sheep could be heard bleating happily, which quickly turned into a panicked bleating as the sheep saw the ogre approach. There are enemies in your dungeon.
An ogre!
Help! An ogre!
Everybody, run! An ogre!
People! That isn't Shrek! Run!
What can I do for you?
Payday.
Command me.
Yummy, tasty sheep.
The ogre decimated the sheep instead of attacking Lopsawinter. It was obvious that Talia was unable to get this beast under control, much to the impatient evil's displeasure.
What? Why is it now my problem when that stupid meatbag gets distracted by a couple of sheep?
Well, I'm just the narrator, not the General of Evil. Anyway, there was a repulsively good town very close by, which could perhaps be brought closer to evil in the meantime.
Fine, let's take care of it. Get out of there, twist their arms, smear finger paint in their eyes.
Ogre now, fool.
Wow! How many did you eat there, greedy guts?
Well, 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep, 4.
Oh, crap.
And now he's taking a nap. My goodness, my grandchildren will be doing the narration by the time he attacks the town. Anyway, seeing as how ogres were hardcore alcoholics, one could assume that 1 or 2 or 20 or so beers would wake him up. With a heartfelt groan, the beer brewing evil went back to work.
Wait.
dragons have nested in the underground.
Yeah?
And again, the ogre was supplied with a truly absurd amount of beer, which he tossed down in just a few seconds.
Okay, that will have to do for now. Get a move on, roly-poly. It's time to flatten lots of winter.
Okay, but Ogre bit rusty. Ogre must do warm-up fight. Probably opponents in forest. Opponents good for warm-up fight. Opponents from forest maybe also burn for small fire later.
What? Wait, where are you going? But the city is... No! Come back, you idiots!
And so it was that the armies of evil set out to follow the ogre, away from lots of winter.
Hey! Those opponents! Time to march!
The ogre stubbornly ran ahead and turned left at a fork in the path. The cautious evil wondered what there was to discover in the other direction. Should it explore? Undaunted, the ogre sprinted onward.
Ah, real opponents, it's clobbering time! Ouch! Hey! For you, I meant!
The ogre had found a worthy opponent for his warm-up training. The fight was on.
That was good fight, but... Oh, Ogre very tired now. Take short nap, then we must...
Again? Again? Will this never end?
As the ogre's turgid little eyes closed in sleep and he happily began to snore, a large party of adventurers set out from Lotsawinter. They had accepted the quest to kill the ogre. Stupid RPG elements.
Kill the ogre? After all the work we put into that whole thing? Like hell! Rock 'em, sock 'em, tie their shoelaces together.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Time to take out the trash. Destroy them all! So incredibly strong!
Ouch! Ogre head hurts. Blow's not good for Ogre. I need healing beer. That make head so light.
Beer. Beer. My word, does it ever stop?
Obviously not. The foreseen evil had anticipated something like this and had already gone into production. It's payday.
I want Tanos's head. I am invincible! Well, almost.
The bustling evil had discovered a room in the underground. There are enemies in your dungeon. The quick evil lost no time in delivering the beer to the owner.
Evil will triumph.
That strengthened Ogre. Ogre now ready to fight.
Excellent! That's music to my ears.
Music? Oh, Ogre good musician. Ogre like make music. Wait, sure.
Wait, no! Oh, what have I done?
You're doing that on purpose, right? We'll never reach that damn city if you keep distracting that stupid ogre with all sorts of nonsense. Gosh, I'd love to work with professionals. Just once. Where did I put my
I am even stronger!
So, can start music. I in band, by the way, called OGRE, short for okra, garlic, radish, ears. I think. Somehow forgot. Is solo band. But before I start, I might need some beer. I mean, musician sober, really.
More beer? Honestly?
The stressed evil had already seen something like this coming and was tired of the discussions. It set about brewing the barrels of beer. The attack on Lotsawaker would have to work sooner or later. Payday! Enemies have entered the dungeon.
that help? Now I can start Ogre Solo!
That's deafening. I mean, intoxicating.
My goodness, what kind of an amateurish cacophony is that? It's like someone ground an out-of-tune piano between two millstones. That's repulsive.
Who insult ogre music? You'll die for that!
Finally, the ogre tore through lots of Winter's city walls and entered an enraged battle with the critics of his disgusting, marvelous music. Yeah, you show 'em a left, a right, and a jab. Jab! All right. It's payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Luckily, the harbour escaped the destruction, as the insidious evil still wanted to visit the
Very nice. We really cleaned house here too. Tanos will be raging. So then all the creatures on board and anchors away. Arr!
What happened to your good side?
Huh? Poof, no idea. Probably lying on some psychiatrist's couch telling him what a rough childhood she had. Loser.
Isn't that your... Oh, never mind. The Fable Evil's army made ready for departure.
Hey, can I come? But I might need a beer for the road.
Ups and downs. The relentless evil had reached the not-quite-so-free cities in order to defeat another one of Tanos's comrades. But the defenses needed to be weakened first. The city's water supply was very close. Together with the muscular ogre, the pillaging evil had destroyed the city of Lots of Winter. And so the former harbor city was consumed by the flames. All that remained was a smoking pile of misery. The third part of the Lots of Winter series should probably be named Ash Beach of Death, then. At the victory celebration, the ogre insisted on giving a little concert with his solo band. Unfortunately, no one was able to face the odors that followed his butt trumpet solos, and even Talia escaped with the smell-sensitive evil's army as the poor soul-serving ogre collapsed, wheezing on the ground. And so the resource-wasting evil had once again captured a ship to again sail off to some other place. This story is so, exciting and varied. And so the carefree evil's army sailed for the not-quite-so-free cities, a network of unacceptably prosperous towns spanning the islands in front of the mainland. It went without saying there was no way they could be ignored on the way to the capital city. But even more important was the fact that Elric the Pretty was there. A good-natured narcissistic paladin who served the goddess, and far, far worse, one of Tanos' comrades in arms. Certainly Talia wouldn't pass up a chance to get one over on her foster father by shearing one of his little lambs and roasting it over a slow fire. Where did I put great-grandfather's paladin It's So Wonderfully Juicy recipe book? The relentless evil's armies had reached the not-quite-so-free cities. Several large cities were spread across numerous smaller islands. The capital of Alphas was very close. This was probably where Elric the Pretty was to be found. Unfortunately, the not-quite-so-free cities were very well defended. A direct attack would be unwise. But the insidious evil had already formed a plan designed to weaken the defenses. There were a number of fresh water supplies located very close to the landing site. If someone were to add something to them, the effects could be very interesting.
That's why I have this vial of zombie virus with me. Excellent! Poison water, create undead. Got it. Onwards, creatures. Smash them, break their necks, introduce motions of censure against them.
Unfortunately, the waters were extremely tricky in this area and could rise and fall within a very short time. But sadly, the hydrophobic evil's creatures had never taken a swimming course.
Idiots. Morons. No loss there.
You could look at it that way, but the fatigued evil was getting tired of always replenishing its armies. It had therefore prudently already built a crypt in order to be able to revive horde creatures.
Sure, for all I care. I'm getting the itch, and that means I have to destroy something.
What is that weird thing in the dungeon? Looks like some kind of portal, but it seems to be inactive.
Then we can ignore it for now.
Ah, yes. The simplicity of the maliciously minded. But anyway, the portal thingy, or whatchamacallit, seemed to be extremely solidly built and indestructible anyway. It therefore actually did make sense to ignore it for now. It's payday.
What do you want me to do? Hasta la vista, baby. Ha 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 ha! And stay down! Take that, you worm! Ooh, ah.
Suddenly, this portal thing in the dungeon started to light up. Something was happening. Heroes on the surface had obviously activated it and used it as a direct access to the dungeon, bypassing the arduous route through the overworld.
What? Heroes are using a portal into the dungeon. Crush them! Scratch their eyes out! Feed them cat food! Hey! evil will triumph.
Even though I personally find it difficult to distinguish between that rotten undead smell and the smell of fish, the local heroes' noses were much better trained. They soon set out to get to the bottom of things, which is to say, the underground. I mean the dungeon. Payday! There are enemies in your dungeon.
Where are you taking me?
Thanos must die!
Just wait.
Talia had reached the first water supply and began a mystical ritual to contaminate it.
If by mystical ritual you mean that I simply slowly dribble this stuff into the water, then you are absolutely correct.
A nearby colony of shrimps was somewhat disturbed by the presence of the unrighteous evil's army. Or they might have just been hungry, whatever. Anyways, they set out to remedy the problem.
Go out there and kill those things. It's lobster and shrimp soup tonight. Ooh, ah! That should provide some gastric distress, or for some Walking Dead.
The first water supply had been contaminated. 2 others were still waiting for a visit from Talia. There are enemies in your dungeon. Your dungeon heart is under attack. Payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon. A rumor coursed through the ranks of the rumor-mongering evil's army that there was a time-worn ritual site somewhere in the area, where an ancient evil creature could be summoned. The immediately taking notes evil was extremely interested.
And how? Deadly new creatures are always good. Talos will be amazed when I face him. Ouch! Ouch!
Your dungeon heart is under attack.
He's not gonna get up.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Bye-bye,
Payday.
What's up?
Enemies have entered the dungeon. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
I'm the Queen of Evil. Time to take out the... Destroy them all.
It's payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Evil will triumph. Show him. Tell me what to do.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Ow! Command me.
The jubilant evil scouts had discovered something that looked suspiciously like a ritual site. Legend has it that one had to sacrifice a number of creatures to the tide in order to create something powerful and evil.
Right. So, time to play Dunk the Creature. Everyone line up and prepare to drown by numbers.
It says here that they have to be skeletons. You have to sacrifice skeletons to the tide.
Oh, right. Okay. Everyone except the skeletons get back to work. Droning has been cancelled for now. At least for everyone except the skeletons.
Heyday!
Another water supply. Excellent! They'll never know what hit them. I mean, literally, I hope that stuff either makes them blind and therefore turns them into zombies. I don't care. Chaos and destruction.
But
What's
the
that?
local heroes were not quite as stupid as those elsewhere and suspected that something was wrong. A group immediately set out to protect the water.
Damn environmentalists, what a bunch of pains in the neck. Go stop 'em! Rip out their fingernails, smear them with rancid bacon fat. Okay, I emptied that entire bottle of virus stuff into there, so I guess that's it. It's not like it's an exact science. On to number 3. Give your orders! Good will fall!
payday.
Ouch!
No! I'll be back.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Where are you taking me?
Payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
am the Queen of Evil.
Payday. Some shrimps seemed anything but enthusiastic about somebody hanging around their home and set out to do something about it. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. The last water supply had been contaminated. Excellent work. Now that all the water supplies had been contaminated, the satisfied Evil's army could move into the interior, towards the capital of the not-quite-so-free cities, Alphas.
Huh? That was it for here? Didn't bring us anything at all, did it? I don't see any effects.
Wait for it. Pipes and pumps carried the water into the not-quite-so-free cities. That's where the effects would be felt.
Oh, excellent. So what are we waiting for? I have to talk to Elric. I'm a little disgruntled that we haven't run into that idiot yet.
Still not heard anything from your good side?
Nothing. But she's about as useful as bunions anyway, right? Let's just hope she stays...
The Titan of Alphas. Once the waters of the not-quite-so-free cities have been contaminated, the oppressive Evil's army set out to destroy the city's last landmark, the bronze Titan of Alphas. The merciless Evil's army marauded through the not-quite-so-free cities. The Bronze Guardian, the wonder of Alphas, was very close by. If it fell, that would dramatically weaken the locals' fighting spirit. Meanwhile, the contaminated water was working away.
Hey, you really don't look good. Are you contaminated?
But
The contaminated must die!
I have a wife and children! Ah!
Every time one of the contaminated died, they reanimated as an undead. Ha! Now this is fun. Paladin Elric tried to regain control of the situation.
Undead? Ha! An unworthy opponent for an outstanding paladin such as myself. Die, monsters! You dare to kill a part of me, monster! Ha! You will pay for that. But I think I'd better resurrect myself again first. An outstanding victory for the forces of good. Once again, my fighting power shines in the goddess's glory. Time to heal my wounds. No problem, thanks to my wondrous powers.
Meanwhile, Talia had to deal with the tides.
Hurry! Hurry! High tide is coming! Go now! Ugh. Unholy hopping hellhounds! We should have offered our creatures a swimming course. Saved on the wrong things again. Oh, fine, whatever. At least we're here now. The underground here is too soft for a dungeon, but we should be able to take them anyway. Come on, follow me. Mow them down, kill them, shove your fingers in their noses. I am the Queen of Evil.
The marauding Evil's army had discovered a farm. If this was taken, the inhabitants could also easily be converted to undead.
Permanently converted with axes and clubs. Yeah? Take that!
The wicked Evil had taken the farm and converted the inhabitants to undead. Splendid work. There were several villages in the area. The inhabitants there would surely convert to undead with a little convincing.
Okay, I know what to do. Hit and hit and hit until nothing moves, and then enlist it in the army when it starts moving again. Can do. And stay down!
vilest evil's army had reached the southern village. A few beatings combined with their brief demise quickly converted the inhabitants into undead. Oh, it seemed the villagers had also locked up one of the already transformed. It could prove very useful. Joyous Evil had freed a vampire from captivity. These mighty creatures were excellent fighters who froze their opponent's blood in their veins if they didn't suck them dry like an overripe orange.
You desire? Time to take out the trash. Destroy them all. Time to take out the trash.
The pillaging evil had reached the western village. The inhabitants there were just begging to be transformed into undead. At least, say, who cares what it really was? Evil had liberated yet another vampire.
Time to take out the trash. Destroy them all! Ah!
command me. Ow! What's up?
The necromantic evil had built a graveyard. Normally, that didn't really mean much at all, but the contaminated water had soaked into the underground there.
Undead, rise and obey my commands. I am the Lich King. I mean Talia. General of the Devil, the disgusting evil. It is time to end your rest and face the repugnant living. Everything good must die. Who do you want dead?
The plundering evil's army had entered the northeastern village. The inhabitants there would surely be quickly and carefully turned into undead. Come on, lend a hand here. Bloodless evil had freed a vampire who immediately joined the army.
I knew you'd need me.
The mighty evil continued to march undaunted on the bronze titan of Alphas. On the way, it reached an army camp belonging to the heroes. This was led by the paladin Elric. Reinforced.
Stop! Who entreats entry into the camp of the glorious Elric the Pretty?
Who the hell calls themselves the pretty.
Ah, Talia. I've been looking for you. My excellent mind tracked you down, just as I expected.
I came here on my own. You didn't track me at all. You just sat around on your lazy arse while I sacked the entire area.
Ah, silence, you wretched monster! I will now punish you. In the name of good, in the name of the goddess, and in the name of Tanos, your days are numbered.
Are you finally done, you braggart? I'll put you away. I'll cut you down. I'll wipe your mouth with a dirty old rag.
Ha! Do you really think you're ready for me? You're no worthy opponent for me. The goddess herself has blessed me. I am worth 3 paladins.
Oh, stop exaggerating and let's finally get down to...
No, I really am worth 3. Watch and wonder. By the power of the goddess, multiply me!
The
You want killed?
See how stunning I am!
I'm the Queen of Evil.
They say I have healing hands.
The lily-livered evil took to its heels and left its army to seek their salvation in panic flight. A pitiful sight.
You killed Elric the Resurrector? For that you will be punished. They say I have healing hands. I am simply stunning! You killed Elric the Healer? Just wait, you will pay for that.
What?
Yes, I'm pretty. Yes, I am. Now get ready for a body slam.
What's up?
Yes, I'm pretty. Yes, I am. Now get ready for a body slam. How could I lose against you? This cannot.
The bronze titan of Outback had fallen. Nothing more stood in the way of the destruction of the not-quite-so-free cities. The victorious evil triumphed yet again. Oh yes, and it had also destroyed the last of Tanos' companions in the process. Now, it was time.
You killed Elric! Enough is enough. Now, I'm going to take care of you personally. Everything evil shall be destroyed!
Now it really was time to face Tanos. The doubtful evil was not convinced that Talia was up to this fight.
I can take him. I hope.
I am your father. The not-quite-so-free cities were naught but smoking ruins. But Tanos had now reached Talia and the surprised evil's army. An epic battle loomed.
The time has come to stop you once and for all, Talia. You have brought sorrow to this land and killed my stalwarts, my friends. You are truly evil.
Thank you. I do try. But you want to stop me? You and what army?
Army? I'll show you my army. Feel the wrath of the goddess while I open the gates to Valhalla!
Tanos's divine power flowed through the land and began to open a portal in the dungeon. A portal which transported revoltingly noble and good-natured heroes from the afterworld directly into the dungeon.
Okay. Here comes the army.
Talia was clearly overwhelmed by the situation. The annoyed evil sighed. Obviously, it would have to take care of the matter itself.
Hey, great idea. It's about time I got to know the big boss anyway.
Bringing the absolute evil here would require a great deal of chaotic magic. No mana would work here. We're talking substantial sacrifices. This would require a number of volunteers to be taken from the prison and thrown in. Payday. The cocooning evil had merrily entrenched itself in the dungeon, but the troops from the not-quite-so-free cities scented a chance to gain the upper hand with Tanos' presence and gathered ready to storm the dungeon for the good.
Let them come! We'll tear them a new one, put them over our knees, tell them bad jokes.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Destroy the good! For the absolute...
The exploratory evil had discovered a few caged, contaminated in one of the villages. If someone were to free them and then kill them...
New undead! Excellent! Go save them, free them, and send them to the slaughter!
That was not all, Thanos. Feel my anger. I will open another gate to Valhalla.
This Thanos really didn't do things by halves. A portal opened in the surprised Evil's dungeon. Soon it would bring new heroes into the dungeon.
Oh, crap. Damn it. Go! Beat them! Kill them! Make them fill out tax returns!
Payday.
I'm the Queen of Evil!
The laboratory was ready for use. Undead could from now on work there to turn mana and toolboxes into the greatly prized magic toolboxes, an insane success. It's payday.
Gates of Valhalla are opening. Anytime now. Troops of Valhalla, destroy the evil! You think that was it, Terry? Ha! Valhalla has more of those to offer. Take that.
And again, Tanos opened a gate to Valhalla, which brought even more heroes into the perplexed-looking evil's dungeon.
We can take them. Go! Bite their noses off, twist their ears, fart in their faces!
There are enemies in your dungeon. It's payday. The constantly nagging evil's tireless little snots had uncovered a number of magic toolboxes in the underground. They could be used to produce much better workplaces.
Really? Excellent. Is there any other way to get these magic toolboxes?
As a matter of fact, the magic toolbox wanting evil could produce them itself. All it had to do was build a laboratory where undead could combine toolboxes and mana to make those magic toolboxes.
Oh, that sounds extremely simple. Come on, you lazy little snots. Build one of those laboratories now. Bye-bye, baby.
payday.
The gates of Valhalla are opening. Anytime now. That wasn't everything. Time for another portal to Valhalla.
And another portal opened in the dungeon. The briefly hesitating evil looked a little confused, but then run.
Warriors of Valhalla, rise!
Ah!
Payday. The still wanting to summon itself evil had by now sacrificed a good third of the necessary heroes. His summoning would not be long in coming.
Talia, stop your reprehensible conduct immediately! Human sacrifice, how could you? That is pure evilness and totally despicable.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Who do you want killed? Bye-bye, baby! And stay down!
Payday.
Soon new troops will arrive from Valhalla. Warriors of Valhalla, rise!
It's payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Soon new troops will arrive from Valhalla.
Heyday.
Troops from Valhalla, chasing the evil!
Be on the end.
A good 2/3 of the needed heroes had been sacrificed. The soon-to-summon itself evil was already rubbing its hands. Ha! It would wipe the floor with Thanos.
This is where your abominable deeds end. Die, blasphemous abomination!
Payday.
The gates of Valhalla are already opening. Watch and wonder, Talia. warriors of Valhalla, rise!
Payday. There are enemies in your dungeon. Done. The freshening up for the summoning evil had sacrificed enough heroes. There was nothing left to prevent its arrival. But could it wait just a little longer?
That almost sounds like a challenge. Of course we can hold the fort. For a while, at least.
Glug, glug, glug went the sacrificial pit. Payday.
The power of good is growing. Soon I will bring new heroes from Valhalla. Heroes of Valhalla, destroy the Dark Brood!
heyday. Excuse me, may we talk to you about our Lord and Savior, the Absolute Evil? Oh, you're being sacrificed at the moment. Well, maybe later then. Girl or boy matters not a whit. Off into the sacrificial pit. Glug, glug, glug went the sacrificial pit. Enemies have entered the dungeon. payday. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No! It's a hero being thrown directly into the sacrificial pit by the hand of terror itself. Oh. Oh. Oh.
The gates of Valhalla are opening. Anytime now. Troops from Valhalla, chasing the evil!
Glug, glug, glug went the sacrificial pit. Excuse me, The hunting every conceivable challenge evil had sacrificed more heroes than the creators of this title had ever dreamed of. But hey,
It is time. Finally, time to kick the ass of Thanos!
Never, abomination! You have no power here! You shall not pass!
the time had finally come. The absolute evil rose from the depths of the temple. Not a second too soon, as Thanos once again called countless heroes from his portals. But these heroes were, of course, no danger to the immortal evil. More like a nice warm-up routine. It joyfully cut its way through the enemy ranks, their blood spurting in all directions. The censors won't like that bit, but we don't care. After those enemies had been destroyed, the malicious evil turned to Thanos. An epic duel began. The two opponents' powers briefly washed them in bright light, while wild tendrils of energy darted through the air. They exchanged a few blows before freezing into an epic pose for a staring contest. A cliched battle, the kind one sees in every second anime, where it spends 3 entire episodes on the same scene. But the opponents were not as equal as one would believe. Thanos realized that he was no match for the absolute evil. Fear took hold of him as his defeat became foreseeable, and his courage and his will dwindled. But his goddess showed mercy when he implored her. She protected him with a divine shield so that he could use his homestone to teleport to safety. The absolute evil erupted in wild insults, which anyone familiar with the wargame craft could fully understand. Unfortunately, the unspeaking evil had no voice, so it only hissed silently to itself and waved its hands in a threatening manner. Unfortunately, it couldn't stay in this place forever, and so the homey evil once again disappeared. But Talia had tasted blood. The disgrace of her failure sat deep, causing her to pursue Thanos. She drove the having an ice-cold drink at home evil's army on towards the capital in a forced march. Shortly thereafter, Talia stood before Stormbreeze, ready to end the conflict once and for all. Baptism of fire. The absolute evil had greatly weakened Thanos and put him to flight. Talia immediately took up the chase, without the outstanding evil. Thanos had fled following his defeat at the hands of the absolute evil. Talia had immediately taken up the chase without first summoning the ultimate evil again.
Right, as if I couldn't do this on my own. I kick Thanos' ass, tear his eyes out, and use his teeth as a xylophone.
Anyway, it was rash. Nevertheless, Talia had followed her former mentor and foster father to his hometown of Stormbreeze. There, the final battle would take place. I think so, anyway.
What can I do for you?
Talia and her army entered the city of Stormbreeze. There they found some barricades and, oh, an ambush. Naturally, no one could have thought of that.
Kill my foster father, am I then a foster orphan? Ah, whatever. Tanos, your days are numbered!
Tanos was but a short distance away. Talia prepared for the upcoming epic battle.
Talia, you dare to pollute the blessed city of Stormbreeze with your corrupt presence?
Got it in one, old man. Time to settle up. You wanted to turn me into a miserable good marionette and show me off as a virtuous little animal that you'd train the evil out of. Don't lie.
Lie? It's true. I thought I could make something natural out of you, something good. But you remain the same mangy, evil scum you always were.
Oh, that's not entirely true. I'm still here too. Ugh, you! Honestly, you crawl into a corner for so long, and now you come out to brush around Papa Tanis's legs whining.
Ah, and there is still hope for you. Interesting.
What?
Enough! That's enough! We end this now. Feel the wrath of all that is good!
Tanos conjured up a mighty firestorm that rolled toward Talia and her army. However, it didn't differentiate between good and evil, and burned into the city of Stormbreeze as well.
The purifying fire will redeem you!
Without the ultimate evil, Talia didn't fare well. She could only run if she didn't want to die in the firestorm.
Okay, run! Take to your heels! Flee from the fire! Rub yourself with burn
Do not try to escape the purifying flames, child. They will cleanse you. Take that!
Tanos cast another spell and let fire rain from the sky. Apparently, he did not mind burning more of Stormbreeze to the ground.
Who do you want dead? There! The graves are sinking into the ground! That's extremely strange, but whatever. It's the ideal escape route.
The firestorm devastated large parts of Stormbreeze and grew ever larger and faster.
You won't escape the purifying fire that easily. Even if I have to burn the whole city to the ground!
Oh, crap. What do I do now? I need the absolute evil! Help!
The absolute evil was a little busy at the moment. All right, I'll lend a quick hand. That mausoleum over there was, in fact, an undead, a mighty grave golem. It rose and cleared the way for Talia.
Oh, great! Thanks! Forwards! Flee in panic! Run like hell! Speed off on segways!
This barricade looked extremely strong. Not a problem for a powerful titan like the Grave Golem.
Hasta la vista, baby! I am the evil.
Burn! Cleansing fire! If Stormbreeze cannot withstand the evil, it deserves to die in the flames!
But Thanos! What? You're supposed to be the good one! Really? Could have fooled me. Come on! We have to keep going! That stupid water tower is in the way! Grave Golem! Take care of it! Help!
A few heroes had been trapped by the flames. Unfortunately, there was no time to enjoy their suffering.
We're saved! Thanks, evil creature.
Yeah, sure, you're welcome.
More or less by chance, Talia had saved the imprisoned heroes, but now was not the time to think about good deeds like that. The flames approached inexorably.
You think you can escape me? Ha! I'll burn this forest down too! Good will triumph! Burn!
Now he's gone completely insane. Take cover!
Thanos' rain of fire fell on the forest and set it alight. Luckily for Talia, this opened up new paths, which allowed her to proceed.
You don't have to tell me twice. Let's go!
The firestorm seemed to spread even more quickly. Talia took to her heels.
Feel the good in you, Talia!
We're almost there. Come on! Keep running, you fools! Follow me! Women and dark elves first! Sure showed him.
Ah, Talia. Good to see you made it this far. Now, let the goddess fire purify you.
Oh, Thanos! What's wrong with you? You're supposed to be the good guy. You're destroying Stormbreeze.
This city would have fallen anyway. It was weak and would have failed in the fight against evil. Now that I have cleansed it with a purifying fire, it can be rebuilt, stronger than ever. But that is none of your concern, for it is time to cleanse you.
The Grave Golem threw itself in front of Talia. A selfless act, which one would not necessarily expect from an undead. Ultimately, it paid for its deed by dying its final death.
Oh, you're still alive. This is a sign from the goddess. She wants me to turn you to good again. Well...
Talia had walked into Tanos's trap because she failed to listen to the superb narrator. Okay, no one could have guessed that Tanos would willingly burn down the capital city of Stormbreeze just to defeat his daughter? Not exactly a good paladin's finest hour, but this plan would have worked. Actually, Tanos had expected his magic to destroy Talia, but the grave golem had heroically thrown itself before its leader and saved her from certain death. Tanos saw it as a sign from the goddess that his foster daughter was not yet lost, and only needed a push in the right direction. And so it was that Tanos turned to the things one used to convince others and made eager use of the Inquisitor's torture chamber. What? You didn't expect that? Well, no one expects the Spanish Inquisition. Talia could not endure the torture, I mean persuasion, forever. Her fate appeared to be sealed. But the absolute evil was not yet defeated, for it still had influence even without Talia. Light and shadow. Tanos had captured Talia, but the ominous evil still had some influence and built a dungeon very close by.
Do not resist the light, daughter. Purify your soul.
Ah! Ah! Father! Why are you doing this? These are not good deeds.
You will know, daughter. Soon you will know.
The capture of Talia and her immediate torture, purification, one occasionally slips up with these religious fanatics, strengthened the hero's morale. They assumed that good would now win, but they did not know about the dungeon growing in the underground. Even without Talia, the seductive evil still had some influence and powerful creatures. The evil set about raising an army that would free Talia. Do we really have to? Okay, she's funny and all that, but she takes away a lot of my narration time, which I could fill with brilliant monologues instead. Or I could recite a poem. Did I ever tell you this? Yeah, okay, you don't have to threaten me. We'll get her back. Fine. A room has been excavated in the underground. Spiders have spread throughout the underground. It's payday. You hear that grinding sound? That's a giant worm eating its way through the underground.
Evil creatures in the underground? Go, my faithful, cleanse that place, and destroy the evil scum.
The lethargic evil's presence was no longer undetected. Heroes would henceforth be visiting the dungeon.
You need to question and confine your evil essence. Turn to the light.
Not a chance. The dark side has cookies. Ah!
There are enemies in your dungeon. Heroes are wrecking your rooms. defend the dungeon heart.
Despair not, daughter. My spell will completely dominate you and drive the evil out. Once you are completely under my command, you will be free from the hold of evil. Then, in my name, you can take an army and destroy the evil in its own lair.
Payday.
Drive the evil from your thoughts, and let the goddess into your heart again, daughter.
Evil will triumph. I read the walkthrough. Ah!
The thirsting for evil's army had reached an island of the good, but it wouldn't remain one for long.
Good doesn't stand a chance. Vader for
There are enemies in your dungeon. The plowing through the underground evil had discovered another exit to the overworld. This could prove very useful for delivering fresh supplies. There are enemies in your dungeon. Your dungeon heart is under attack.
Despair not, daughter. My spell will completely dominate you and drive the evil out. Once you are completely under my command, you will be free from the hold of evil. Then, in my name, you can take an army and destroy the evil in its own lair. Turn back to good, my child.
Unfortunately, I'm finding the torture just a little distracting. Ah!
Payday. Dragons have nested in the underground. The marauding evil had discovered another island of good. They really should be better hidden if they don't want them to be plundered, burned, and desecrated. Well, that's just the way those do-gooders are. Tanos' fortress was not far away. Nothing more stood in the way of Talia's liberation. Well, except for the mighty Tanos, of course.
to question and confine your evil essence. Turn to the light.
Not a chance. The dark side has cookies. Ah!
There are enemies in your dungeon. It's payday. Talia was almost within reach of the coming to the rescue evil's army.
Do I really have to do everything myself? I'm busy trying to convert my foster daughter to good through severe torture. Can't you see that? So be it. You'll be easy prey for the goddess. Die, scum!
Tanos threw himself at the absolute evil's army. He wouldn't need long to deal with them, but he was distracted, and Talia was able to free herself from his mental prison.
Must flee. Must reach the dungeon heart.
The thirsting for revenge evil's troops had discovered one of the heroes' outposts. They knew what they had to do.
I must reach the dungeon heart. Must reach dungeon heart.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
I must reach the dungeon heart. Can't let Tanos catch me again. must reach Dungeon Heart. Can't let Thanos catch me again. There was a spell that would take me directly to the throne room. Must reach Dungeon Heart. I must reach the Dungeon Heart. There was a spell that would take me directly to the throne room.
It's payday.
Must reach Dungeon Heart. I must reach the Dungeon Heart. Must reach Dungeon Heart. I must reach the Dungeon Heart. Must reach Dungeon Heart.
Ha ha ha! How do you like that, Thanos? I mean, the inspiring me evil's army had laid waste to the outpost. Now it continued marauding through the country on its way to free Talia.
You will pay for that, vile pack. The goddess will purify you, and the flames will cleanse you.
Concerned citizens from the nearby village had heard of the army camp's destruction. Extremely troubled, they therefore decided to arm themselves and go on the offensive.
Excellent! Confront the evil. Chase it back into the underground. And then let us purify the ground with cleansing fire.
Can't let Thanos catch me again.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Can't let Thanos catch me again. There was a spell that would take me directly to the throne room. Can't let Thanos catch me again. Must reach Dungeon Heart.
The pillaging evil's army marched towards the village, and definitely not to buy cheap meats and sausages.
Must reach Dungeon Heart.
There are enemies in your dungeon. It's payday.
There was a spell that would take me directly to the throne room. I must reach the Dungeon Heart.
The merciless evil had briefly explained to the villagers that it really only wanted to rescue Talia, but seeing as how its army was already there, it razed the village to the ground anyway.
You wicked, despicable creature. May you forever burn in hell. Good shall prevail.
Can't let Thanos catch me again. There was a spell that would take me directly to the throne room. Must reach Dungeon Heart. Can't let Thanos catch me again. I must reach the Dungeon Heart. Must reach Dungeon Heart. Must reach Dungeon Heart. There was a spell that would take me directly to the throne room. Must reach Dungeon Heart. I must reach the Dungeon Heart.
It's payday. Spiders have spread throughout the underground.
There was a spell that would take me directly to the throne room. Can't let Thanos catch me again. must reach Dungeon Heart. Can't let Thanos catch me again.
Yeah?
Can't let Thanos catch me again.
Daughter, don't do that! Do not let evil take hold of you again! Stay with me!
Thank you, but I can do without your conversion by torture. But I won't forget it. You will pay for that, and that's what my good side has to say.
With these words, Talia threw herself on the Dungeon Heart and was teleported away by the tactical evil. Talia was still no match for Thanos, but the sly evil already had a plan. Two sides of the medal. The helpful evil had freed Talia from her foster father Thanos' tortures. But another confrontation was inevitable. Talia had to be prepared for it. Teleporting evil had freed Talia from Thanos' torture chamber and sent her to a distant location.
Yeah, thanks for that, by the way.
Quiet, I'm having one of my excessive monologues. Now, where was I? Oh, yes, freed. Talia wondered what she was supposed to do here.
Yeah, what am I doing here anyway?
I said quiet. Supposed to do... The planning evil had teleported her close to Mount Destiny. There she would have to face the tests to become a real lightsaber wielder. A true evil. And don't worry, she wouldn't have to carry the well-nourished evil on her back. But the road to Mount Destiny was lined with two thriving cities. For better or for worse, these would first have to be dealt with.
Well, good and evil are concepts defined by the viewer. From his fanatical, crazy view of the world, Thanos probably still thinks that he is a champion of good.
Oh, you mean we could be the good guys in the end then?
Sure, why not? So now pull yourself together. There are heroes here to be thrashed and tortured.
Your creatures have inadvertently dug into a dragon's nest.
Death to the heroes! Ow! Evil is unstoppable!
It's payday.
Death to the heroes! Give your orders. Not gonna get up.
eagle-eyed evil had spotted something glittering and flashing on a small island. However, this was not easy to get to, but perhaps a little force could turn that stone into a bridge.
Hasta la vista, baby!
The possessive evil had taken the obelisk and could from then on concentrate its energy to form magical projectiles. This was going to be fun. The local heroes were not as deaf as was thought, and so the dungeon under their feet had not escaped their notice. With Thanos having deemed the failure to attack evil creatures as high treason, they hurried to attack the dungeon as quickly as possible.
Just let them come. We'll cut them up, chop them up, and pour lye into their eyes. Energy grows stronger!
Payday.
I am the...
The exploratory evil had discovered a human city once home to a dark subculture, Extragoth. It was heavily guarded. An attack would have about the same chance of success as a snowball in hell. Maybe there were other ways to get in there.
Evil is unstoppable!
The bustling evil had dug into a dragon's nest.
I'll be back.
An obelisk was ready to create a magical projectile.
Take me to the enemy!
Can we please stop letting Talia die all the time? I mean, it's not that hard to resurrect her, but blow-drying her hair until it's just right sends the electricity bill through the roof. Payday. Your dungeon heart is under attack.
is unstoppable!
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Give me my...
Defend the dungeon heart.
And stay down!
Defend the dungeon heart. An obelisk's magic was ready for use. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Everything evil comes from above. Ouch! Power so incredibly strong!
Your dungeon heart is under attack.
For the absolute evil! I want Tanos's head.
Payday. The wandering evil had awakened a few stone guards who were sleeping peacefully in the underground. They were more than unhappy about the whole thing. And once again, Talia bought the farm. There are enemies in your dungeon. And Obelisk's magic was ready for use. Your dungeon heart is under attack. Payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Sure showed him. Bye-bye, baby. Give me my orders. Thanos must die.
The stumbling upon stuff as if by chance evil had found a second obelisk. This too would be able to create powerful magical projectiles and was therefore well guarded. The monopolizing evil had now taken the second obelisk too. True to the motto, two are better than one, it could now use twice the amount of destructive energy. The stomping evil had startled a few stone guards, which unfortunately didn't impress them at all.
What? Everything good must die.
It's payday. an obelisk was ready to create a magical projectile.
And stay down!
An obelisk's magic was ready for use. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Oh, I've been resurrected. Thank you.
The has to explore everything evil had roused a few stone guards. These wanted to explain with big stony fists exactly what they thought of that. It's payday. an obelisk was ready to create a magical projectile. One of the two cities was the dwarven city of Oreobor, not to be confused with the dwarven city with the Hobbit or those sacrilegious cookies, as we don't really want to be sued. Well, not again anyway. Best we just forget the name quickly and deal with the important things, such as the catapult located there that fired indiscriminately at evil creatures and stood under one of those deplorable mage tower shield generators.
We'll flatten that thing, tear it to pieces. We'll spray it with water so it rusts.
A room has been excavated in the underground. It's payday. obelisk was ready to create a magical projectile. There are enemies in your dungeon.
What can I do for you?
Enemies have entered the dungeon. The dungeon heart is being attacked.
Lead me to the battle!
Mage Tower shield generator had been destroyed, leaving the catapult unprotected, just the way the unprotected exploiting evil liked it. Please stop letting Talia die all the time. I mean, it's not that hard to resurrect her, but blow-drying her hair until it's just right sends the electricity bill through the roof. An obelisk was ready to create a magical projectile.
Everything good must die.
Had done a great job and reduced both cities to piles of smoking rubble. The road to Mount Destiny was now wide open.
Phew, that was fun. After the thing with Thanos, I didn't think I still had it in me. But yes, I can still destroy. Oh, that was efficient of you. I mean, me. You know, I've become quite used to this whole being evil thing. It's not bad. You see? That's what I like to hear. There's obviously enough of me in you, like of you in me. Oh, this split personality thing is still totally confusing.
An exciting monologue, or is it dialogue? Which I want to end at this point due to total boredom. Besides, the conversation doesn't include the brilliant narrator, so it's completely absurd anyway. Anyway, the worry-free evil continued on, to Mount Destiny. A disturbance in the Force. Talia had climbed Mount Destiny. The unspeakable evil led her here to strengthen her with a ritual.
Whew. Oh man, what a climb! Why does this ritual have to take place up here?
Heroes training always in remote places is done. Know that you should, young Padawan. Talia had climbed Mount Destiny. The insidious evil had brought her here so she could become more powerful. This required the ritual of sacrifice.
Sacrifice? Doesn't sound so great right off the bat.
Of course, Talia would not be sacrificed, but rather her minions. More specifically, one of each kind of Titan should be sacrificed in a ritual. The ogre would have to be led to this spot to trigger the ritual. And this is where the grave golem would have to wait to perform the ritual. Finally, the pit fiend would have to be brought exactly here to complete the ritual.
Okay, I can do that. But what's the deal with this wall of fire?
Impetuous you are, young Padawan. First, your task you must do.
Okay. As long as you stop talking funny, I'll go along with it.
Your little snots have dug out a new room.
I want.
It's payday. The heroes in the area were apparently unwilling to simply watch the deviant evil work, and instead set out to attack the dungeon.
Give your orders. Ouch!
Thanos supposedly sank all the ships in the Northern Fleet so that they couldn't flee.
Uh-oh, a spider nest has been unearthed.
need you. Time to take out the trash. Destroy them all!
It's payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
No! I'll be back. I have returned! Death to the heroes! Just wait. Tell me what to do!
Defend the dungeon heart.
Everything evil comes from above. Ouch!
And once again, Talia bought the farm. Payday.
Thanos allegedly destroyed the city of Capo, or something like that, because he feared that the inhabitants were contaminated. The sloppy evil had allowed Talia to die, but for a small fee, she could be resurrected. The catastrophe causing evil had reached a thingy site. This is where the ogre had to be brought. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
The dungeon heart is being attacked.
Down! Just wait. Evil is unstoppable! Where are you taking me?
Payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
I knew you'd need me.
Did you hear? They say Tanos burnt down an entire village because not everyone volunteered for the war against evil.
the ready-to-sacrifice evil had reached a thingy site. This is where the grave golem had to be brought. The grave golem ritual began once Ed and Talia had taken their respective places. Naturally, the ritual magically attracted a number of stone guards. They streamed in to stop the ritual, permanently.
We're not going to let that scare us. Go, defend us! Hold the line, throw cotton balls at them.
Payday! The grave golem viewed its coming death through the ritual with equanimity. As an undead, it was used to dying, so what fear should a lasting death hold?
New power flows through me. I could easily lead Zerg! Whatever Zerg are.
The wandering evil had reached the pit fiend thingy site. Excellent. Talia and the pit fiend stood ready for the ritual. Unfortunately, so did some stone guards who had gotten wind of the whole thing.
No problem. There'll be child's play for us. And by us, I mean the creatures, because I'll be busy with the ritual. Go. Take them down. Paddle their asses. Step on their toes.
Enemies have entered the dungeon. The pit fiend rattled one last damn Gandalf or something like that, and then died as part of the ritual. Amusing, considering that we used a ritual to summon him in the first place. Sweet Alanis might be better advised to look at that the next time she writes a song about irony. The ritual began. It would take some time, naturally coinciding with an attack by a few stone guards. Some coincidence, eh?
Damn level designer. Go crush the stone guards flat. Protect the ogre. Hit him with a left hook. Oh, and protect me too, please.
once again looked for it obviously was not that the ritual would end with its death. Well, everyone on the side of evil is just that little bit more dispensable.
I feel new power flowing through me! Ah! Now I'll defeat Thanos with ease.
The ritual was complete. New power flowed through Talia. In addition, she also learned a new, highly useful skill. The Frost Nova.
Frost Nova? Sounds pretty cool to me. But how is that supposed to help me against Thanos?
This was particularly interesting because Thanos mainly used fire. Cold as a countermeasure for fire. Perfect.
Oh, okay, now I get it. Frost Nova, yay! Fine. What do we do now?
Of course, Talia immediately began to test her newly acquired skill on the Wall of Fire to the northeast. By whatever strange set of circumstances applies in these situations, it proved to be the ideal test object.
All right, I know what to do. Right, I'm gonna freeze that thing, put out those flames, blow out their candle.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Thanos allegedly destroyed the city of Catho, or something like that, because he feared that the inhabitants were contaminated.
There are enemies in your dungeon. Your dungeon heart is under attack.
What?
The cowardly heroes destroyed the bridge before the malicious evil's army could march over it. Whips. Now, another way would have to be found. The wall of fire in the northeast was still standing. The neglected evil scolded itself for its failure.
Ha! You won't stop me that easily, you wusses. I defeated Thanos. Oh, okay, I just escaped from him, but a couple of rocks will be child's play.
It's payday.
The dark power fills me. The power flows through my veins. Hey! What killed the dinosaurs? The Ice Age.
With this stolen gag, Talia cast her newly acquired Frost Nova, The effect was tremendous and covered a large area in ice. The wall of fire had been destroyed and opened a route to a hero army camp coincidentally located there.
More training objects. Excellent. Time to break the ice. Sure showed him. Ha! Showed him.
The wall of fire in the northeast was still standing. The neglecting evil scolded itself for its failure, and then gave Talia a hearty kick in the arse, so that she would finally take care of it. Talia had extensively tested her level of fire skills on the Mount Destiny army.
Yeah, good thing it was there. These occasional coincidences.
Now she was ready. It was time for the final battle against Thanos, to decide once and for all whether good or evil would triumph.
Then again, Thanos wasn't all that good anymore either. I mean, he burnt a lot of things and people.
Yes, apparently Thanos had internalized his Machiavelli. But okay, fine, then it was time to decide once and for all whether evil or the evil that thinks it's good would triumph.
Exactly, let's go. Thanos, get yourself some extra underwear.
Everything has an end. It was time. After her training, Talia was now ready to face Thanos in the final battle and defeat him. As if.
The evil is near, my faithful. It is now up to us to destroy this repugnant, repulsive vermin. Victory or defeat, life or death. Today is the final battle between good and evil. Follow me!
Look, can we please revisit this? I mean, you destroyed some of our villages and towns.
You burnt my house down because we couldn't provide any more food for the army.
What? You question me? I am the paladin of good. Die, traitors! Death to all who stand in my way! Good will triumph!
Looks like Thanos doesn't have all his marbles anymore. The under the circumstances not all that evil after all evil's army had reached the ruins of what was once Stormbreeze.
Ha! I don't need subjects with free will. I can summon hosts of dead heroes back from Valhalla.
Again. Somehow, it seemed as though Thanos' magic was now much weaker than before. Presumably, his portals would not be as strong this time, and were therefore vulnerable.
Now it's all or nothing. Time to kick those pseudo-good-doers' asses. Right, let's get a dungeon built, raise an army, and then show him who's wearing the pants in the family.
You do know you're wearing a dress.
Oh, just shut it, good narrator. Attack! The pu-
My walls of fire will turn everything evil to ashes.
Walls of fire, Walls of fire. Let me think. I just did something with one of those.
Last mission? Ritual in the mountains? New skill? Ring a bell?
Oh, right! My Frost Nova!
Talia had destroyed one of the firewalls with her powerful Frost Nova. Alarmed, even more heroes poured through the portals into the dungeon. Payday.
What?
Hold true, you sons of Rohan! I mean, you sons of faith. Together, we will throw back the evil for the good.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Not gonna get up.
It's payday. Your little snots have dug out a room. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Evil is unstoppable!
A portal would soon open in the dungeon.
The goddess will lead me to victory and destroy all evil. Gates of Valhalla, open! Heroes, come forth and destroy the vermin!
Tanos relied on his tried and tested tricks and opened a portal to Valhalla, from which heroes of days past would soon pour forth.
Defend the dungeon, build traps, sharpen your weapons, and read a good book on dungeon defense.
The destructive evil had destroyed all of the portals in the underground. Payday!
I want Tanos' head. Ouch! Ouch! Hey! No! I'll be back.
Evil will never win. Every story ends with good winning out, and so will this one.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
I'm back again.
Evil is unstoppable!
Hopefully no one has arachnophobia. A spider nest has been discovered.
Sure showed him!
It's payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Lead me to the battle!
Yeah?
Evil will triumph. I want Tanos's head.
Fight and die for good! I command you!
Yeah. Well, we don't want to just rush in. Maybe we could negotiate.
Negotiate? There will be no negotiation. If you're not with me, then you are against me! Die!
Tanos conjured a blazing wall of fire, which sped towards the heroes. Would Talia save them? The good-hearted evil took pity on the heroes and instructed Talia to save them from certain death. In thanks, they willingly joined the no longer all that evil evil's ranks. That Talia sure can't take much. There she goes, dropping again. It's payday.
Talia! You traitor! I will purge your soul and surrender you to the purifying flames!
There are enemies in your dungeon.
I am even more powerful! Drop me on the enemy! Not much longer and the portals will open. Right! Get ready! Oil all the traps again and roll out the red carpet. The carpet of flames!
Why open just one portal to Valhalla when I could create several at once?
Had closed all the portals in the underground. That would keep the heroes of Valhalla away for the time being. Excellent.
I will destroy this land. What's up? What do you want me to do?
There are enemies in your dungeon. It's payday.
I want Thanos' head. Show him. Ouch! Ouch! Oh, hey! Ouch!
Talia! Traitor! I will purge your soul and surrender you to the purifying flames.
It didn't seem to matter to the callous evil that Talia had died yet again. Although she was sure to return, it should take better care of her next time. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Ouch! Ouch!
Payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Not much longer and the portals will open. Right! Get ready! Oil all the traps again and roll out the red carpet. The carpet of flames!
Why open just one portal to Valhalla when I could create several at once?
It's payday. The victorious evil had slammed all the open portals shut. Splendid work.
Hold true, you sons of Rohan! I mean, you sons of faith! Together, we will throw back the evil for the good!
Everything good must die.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Ow! Command me!
sloppy evil had allowed Talia to die, but for a small fee, she could be resurrected.
Forwards, you worms! Fight for me in the name of all that is good and die for the goddess!
But I have a wife and children.
You dare to disagree? You'll pay for that. May the fire of the goddess cleanse you!
The cunning evil stopped Tanos' wall of fire with a well-aimed rockfall. Ha! Brilliant work.
What? That cannot be! Then I'll just use another wall of fire to melt those traitors!
Drop me on the enemy. I am the Queen of Evil.
Payday. The friendly evil had rescued a number of heroes from Tanos' fire trap. They were only too happy to join its ever-growing army. And once again, Talia bought the farm.
I have returned. Good will fall.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Who do you want dead?
sloppy evil had allowed Talia to die, but for a small fee, she could be resurrected. It's payday.
Evil will never win. Cowardly dogs, join the fray and die for the goddess.
Yeah, about that, maybe we could just surrender or something?
What? Treason! Die!
Take me to the enemy! Who do you want dead?
There are enemies in your dungeon. The milder evil has saved the heroes Tanos and Kalypso. They immediately join the evil's ranks. Several portals were about to open. The defensive evil swallowed quickly and prepared for the attack.
good heroes of Valhalla, heed my command and destroy all that is different.
Just wait.
Take me to the enemy!
The victorious evil had slammed all the open portals shut. Splendid work.
Well, almost. Command me! Ouch!
There are enemies in your dungeon. It's payday.
death from a... Good will fall. Just wait. Hasta la vista, baby. Sure showed him.
Hold true, you sons of Rohan! I mean, you sons of faith! Together, we will throw back the evil for the good!
There are enemies in your dungeon. It's payday.
You will never defeat me! Never! You hear? The goddess is with me!
I knew you'd need me. Throw me at the enemy!
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Throw me at the enemy! Lead me to the battle! You desire? Ouch! Ouch!
In a few moments, several portals would open to Valhalla. The reckless evil was only slightly in trouble.
Heroes of Valhalla, pour through the portals and destroy all that opposes me.
Yes, that was it. With a gurgling rattle, Thanos hit the ground. The victorious evil was, well, victorious. I had doubts at the start, but somehow you actually managed to do it. Okay, we turned the difficulty way down, but hey, just kidding. Awesome job. Wow, you really earned yourself the ending sequence.
Can I say something too?
If there's nothing I can do to prevent it.
That was outstanding. Oh, we sure showed Thanos who's who. Victory!
Well, enough breaking the fourth wall already. Not that there's much left of that anyway. On to the ending video. Talia had done it. She had finally defeated Thanos once and for all in an epic battle and destroyed him. This time, there was no one to theatrically mourn his death. Well, theoretically his foster daughter, of course, but she seemed to be more interested in kicking his corpse, and I think that's all we need to know. Evil had triumphed. The kingdoms had been reduced to ashes, and the do-gooders were scattered to the winds. That, or dead. Talia had done an extremely effective job of destruction on her tour through the land. The serene evil leaned back contentedly on its throne and ordered a little snot to bring it an ice-cold drink and perhaps one of those delectable little unicorn-on-a-stick things. The dad could wait until tomorrow, for today was for celebration. All of the creatures were happy about the victory and began to dance about. First, the little snots, then the demons and the undead. Finally, even the ogre played, and wait, the ogre's playing? No! But as exuberant as things were here, the atmosphere on the sacred mountain was depressed. Not only had the goddess lost her servant Thanos, but a whole continent had fallen into the claws of evil as well. She couldn't simply sit still and watch this any longer. Something had to be done.